We've got that noise maker, and the challenge is we scare each other with it. And then once she's done, she has to hide it now. And the only way it's my turn to try to scare her is if I can find her hiding spot. Until then, she's free to get it out of the hiding spot and scare me with it, and then hide it again. She's free to do that as much as she wants until I find the hiding spot. And I haven't been able to find it. In the description of the videos for the intro shred from the muskiest of the shredders.
Retro Runner!
Oh, I kicked my desk. I think I broke my toe. Oh, man. It was a good up punch, though. Lots of energy into that one, and some of it filtered out through my leg, and I kicked the desk. We can do it now. By do it, I mean we can finish the game, potentially. Giddy up, bird. Touch me. Good touch. High five. You're dead. It's one of the greatest things. Like, there's, like sliced bread. That's pretty cool.
With double sausage.
Yeah, always double sausage.
What does she say? I strike for you?
I'm holding up.
She says, I just...
But in the end... Uh-oh, I don't want this encounter. Oh, this is bad. Got him. I don't trust it. I'm doing that. Good. This, we're going to do a sound file, add, MOM, automatically generate command. There we go. I always boost the volume a little. It always ends up being a little bit quieter in here. Pick a sound. Easier to see on this monitor. Desktop. And stream. Mudflies. I hate them. GD Mudfly. Oh, you speak French. Jeudi dai une histoire intentionnelle ici de l'Indiana names to the Ruby. The Accord. Cool. So I just gave him money? Like, I literally got nothing out of that exchange. I just gave him money. You could... You were... Lindanated. Like eliminated, but with Linda.
The mystical powers of the dragon are far too dangerous for one.
That is funny. McFry? Oh, I gotta put this on my head. Wait, Zaxy, you say I forgot to twirl the shirt above my head. No, I didn't. Did you have that typed up beforehand and didn't think I was gonna do it? Ye of little faith. See the 2-second timing in the pauses? 1, 2, big gap. 1, 2, big gap. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. And if you watch, when I let this go, if I just let it go, they'll spawn a lot. See how they're just constantly spawning? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Big gap. 1, 2. Big gap. 1, 2. Big gap. 2. That's the idea. Obviously, the sleeping line. I definitely can't poop. Go all the way down. Yeah, like I did. Just walk to the edge at the top. I just wasn't sure, Dean's Rule, if anybody had ever seen this glitch. We don't use it in any of the runs. It's overkill, and it doesn't really do you. Ouch! Doesn't really do you any good. Ouch! Lucky you didn't know about that glitch. Well, that's why I showed it. The glitch was my jam as a kid. I know a lot of people used it. So me. Back balls. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when I put them on you? Back balls. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when I put them on you? Yeah, back balls. That's the song right there. Thinking about having it go bronze. And everyone goes platinum. Kooky, you didn't, do you know? Does Kooky know? Kooky, do you know? I think Kooky knows. Kooky, do you know? Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe you don't know. Would be acceptable, but the BK croissant sandwich is a clear breakfast fast food winner, especially now that they're doing double sausage. I love the idea of food having double the sausage. I love the idea of food that you wouldn't even think would have sausage. Like if you gave me a Caesar salad, double sausage, sure. Sure, I'm adventuresome. I'll do it. Why not? Sausage doesn't go on a Caesar salad. Shut your mouth. Try that out for size. Why don't you put that on a bit? I didn't say that I love double sausage. I'm just saying you can put it where you don't think it belongs, and it would still be good. That didn't help. That actually made it worse, I think. This is insanely slow. Oh, I got a jar. Are you kidding me? Isn't there a guy over here? Isn't there? What's going on? I thought there was jars here. I am lost for words. There is, what is going on here? Someone in the chat maybe can say, hey man. Oh, then he appears out of nowhere. I think that's it. That's it. Okay. What a run. What happened at the end of that? I don't even know what happened. That's some pretty awesome meat right there. Get out of the door. I didn't say to go back in there. Again, I think it's important that it is dried and I haven't got a 2-cycle yet. Got it! Yes! That was a satisfying. Well, I know where we're gonna go.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, we got your questions in the chat. Let's go. Come with me if you want to live. First question is... music game, I hope you have an awesome day. Hey, music and gaming, I think I'm gonna... Yeah, we got Street Fighter yesterday. Now, Cards fan, but we also spent 4 hours programming the tomato game thing. It's not a game, really, but Cards fan, all you have to do is put the emote in chat, and you can put 2 in, it'll throw 2. You put 3, there it is. Shit, man. You don't have to throw it at me. You can throw it over there. Yeah?
Hello,
Good aim. You did good. You're very good. You're impressive. I'm impressed. Ready? I just. Ready? Mule high. That's gross. Holy shit, what's happening? Ooh, those were some sexy jumps. Oh, wow. Wow. Thanks for the follows, guys. If you now murder you, I kill you. And you jump, when you jump, because you really got to dump. I am riding my office chair through the forest. It's actually a rowboat. Ricola! Does it get any better? Games like they do in figure skating. I guess we kind of do a moon kick. Triple sow cow. Wait a second. Did I just get the fast second skip? Someone once told... Okay, if you get the fast first, you can't get the fast second. The fast second rips it, right? Ouija. Screw attack! I bet my flies water. Oh. Oh. Flash in. Oh, you did it! Oh, no! Oh, you found it!
I found it while you were gone.
Get out of here! Oh, she found it! A swing, a blamski. Ooh! Did someone say... Go! Oh, you made me forget what I was doing. There it is. I wasn't paying attention and I jumped in the wrong spot. Oh, do we reset that? Oh, it is a reset. It was a gloriously timed. Damn it. Wow. I'll be back. Looks like we didn't do it. But I got lots of your money and that was the goal. Yay for me. Alright guys, it's time for the raid. We're going to raid Buzz Thunder. Remember guys, everybody, exclamation point penis. I want everyone to get it ready now. Get your penis ready. Cards right there for the GG. Everybody, get your penis ready for the... Again? Sploosh. It turns green. Can we get a death replay? Is that enough? Jump, 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 and slice, fall off, flip, flip, flippity-doo, I'll kill you, perfectly done. Grab that. It's always good to practice runs, even though this run is dead, as far as the damageless goes. We'll finish her out. Spin there. Cancel. Flip, 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 flip. I think I know where you're going with that, Joe Nil. I have 3 kids. I'm not good at sword cancels. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, clip that. This isn't right. Good morning. Boop, boop. Hi. Now I'm where I'm supposed to be. Good morning, everybody. Ah. Oh, it's a bastard.
Claws, our master. God chooses who will go and who will stay. I have been chosen.
Navard, Archimedes, Rockin' returns. Down, down? Oh, you don't say that, YouTube. What's going on? Raspinall's here the 14th. Happy Monday, if that thing's possible. Absolutely is. Monday's one of my favorite days of the week. That means I get a full week's worth of streaming and practice and gaming and fun. Good morning, Corin. Fluffy Ponies. Blitzbed Zero. Suburb Chatto. Archimedes, you guys. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Paul? Oh, actually, I didn't even reset that, Corn. That gets your gold in from last week. Guys, the wolves are being reset right now. So, Corn, did it freeze? There it goes. Corn, you're going to want to throw that back down in there. Get her back in there, bud. Because that was actually your streak from last week. You got lucky. You got lucky. What's up, Buzz? Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Buzz Thunder. Buzz Thunder. I want to do... All I want to do is have some fun. Yep, it's me. I'm here. Well, that's good. Good to know. Buzz, did you see the devastation that was last week? I got to 9. Actually, I got to 9 twice last week. Once was the entrance to 9, the overworld before 9, I got hit. And then on Friday, I got to the first room in 9 and had a bubble immediately turn around as I was going behind it, and it hit me. It's terrible. I'm still getting over that one. Still getting over that one. Hey, if we're serious about Midwest Gaming Classic, we need to talk after the stream sometime. Raspinall, I'm going. I'll have a table there. Oh, it's not a serious thing. I mean, actually, well, I should make sure 100%. The last I talked to the organizer of the event was at the end of the event last year. He asked me if I'm in for next year. I said yes.
I've given this some thought over the weekend. In honor of you, I will not allow my son to play with bubbles ever again. F bubbles in the B.
I've been giving it some thought over the weekend in honor of you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would take all bubbles except for carbonation of beverages. Other than that, it's the only worthwhile bubble is the carbonation of a delectable and delicious beverage. Other than that, bubbles can get bent. Get bent, bubbles. Beverage bubbles are okay. Morning, Jagard. Also, Chato, thanks for the 100 bit. Jagard, 29 months.
29 months. That's almost a business year. Just 6 to 9 more to get the is it dead troll.
Poop. Raspinall. So as far as I know, and I can confirm this, last year I bought the hotel and Steve stayed with me, bought the hotel room. He says he's covering it this year, but I had so much fun at GDQ playing cards and having a setup in the room. I would be willing to get a couple people together for a suite, split the cost a little bit, and have something like what we had in Pittsburgh that had an extra little room and things like that for us to gather. Now, Steve had mentioned there are lots of places in the convention. Like there's a downstairs. Ooh, nice. There's a downstairs to the convention center where there are a bunch of small rooms with little groups of people. Like there's the NES homebrew room and things like that. There's probably plenty of places that we can hang out at the con. Julie Cat.
50 months.
That's half a century of months. Julie Cat, did you know that? Julie Cat, did you know? Hey, Julie Cat. Hey, Julie Cat, did you know that that's half a century in months? You probably didn't know that. How many jerks from the stream go to Midwest? That's what we're chatting about. Don't you already have a suite, Chaser's house? No, Jamich, I don't think we're going to. We stayed a night at Chaser's. You didn't know that. See, I didn't think, Julie Cat, I didn't think that you knew that. I like to say things. You know? Last year, we did spend an evening at Chaser's, hung out, had some drinks and pizza and stuff. We may do something like that, but I don't think Chaser's up for hosting I mean, we had a group, there was 3 of us there. There's a potential there, but we're not staying there. It's too much driving back and forth in and out of the city to stay at Chaser's. It doesn't really make sense. Whereas the hotel's connected to the convention, we're going to be there for 4 days, walking back and forth, as opposed to driving in and out is much easier. Cranberry, what's going on? If Ryu from Ninja Gaiden was in the Winter Olympics, which event would he be in? Bobsled, downhill slalom, or figure skating? Ninjas wouldn't use a bobsled. They also don't dance. I guess the martial arts fighting and stuff of a ninja would be more like a dance than speed downhill. But ninjas are fast. I'm going figure skating. Final answer. So I'm more apt to not do Midwest where we hang out in event space, even though event space is free, which is nice. We don't have to pay for a suite. I don't think everybody's going to leave the event and go meet at Chaser's house. And I don't think he wants everybody to be there. It's just too many people. It's an invasion of his little home area there. So I'm leaning towards a few people getting together in the hotel connected to the event center. Thanks, Cranberry. And Ryu and Ken retired from Street Fighter. They can be motivational speakers yelling, "Sure you can." That's funny. You're funny, Romeo. Romeo, that's funny. Good job. Good job being funny. Well, that changes things if it has. Well, there's 2 hotels there, Raspinall. There's 2 hotels there. Steve's supposed to already have booked a hotel. I just wasn't sure if we could upgrade it. There's at least, well, Jamich, there, it's weird. So this is odd. Shut up. This is odd. There are multiple skywalks connected to that convention center, but because the convention center has multiple spaces, last year we were at a hotel that connected to the convention center in one of the spaces that wasn't used by Midwest and was used by a different, it was being rented out by somewhere else. Long story, we were not allowed walking the skywalk from our hotel to Midwest because we would have had to have gone through a convention that we were not part of. So it's important that when doing research, if you want to get the hotel that allows you to skywalk access to Midwest gaming that you get the hotel, the right hotel. Damage, you were at the same hotel we were at and you couldn't do the walk, right? I think that was the case. There's a bunch of hotels, only one is connected. There are more than one that are connected. I think there are 2 that's connected. Buzz. But there's a lot of hotels within a very short walk. I would not be opposed.
57 months is a long time to support somewhere bearded freak guy. But I also being a bearded freak guy, I approve this message.
See, that makes sense, Edge. What's going on, Edge? Welcome. 57 months. Is connected on the same side as the Hayat. But it's rented out the Hilton side, so it doesn't help. Okay, so there you go. There's the Spring Hill Suites and the Hyatt are on the opposite side. You need to be at the Hilton. Feels good, Edge. We're just getting our Monday morning practice in, as well as we'll do a full playthrough today. No resets on Monday. Monday is full game. And then we go resetting the rest of the week. Ryan says, I noticed you start every stream playing Legend of Zelda. So, Ryan Hewitt from YouTube. The goal is the continuation of a project I started years ago that we call Flawless Ness. It's taking original Nintendo games and beating them in what is essentially a flawless way. Ew, get there. That's no hits, no damage, no mistakes. And we're currently working on The Legend of Zelda and have been for quite a long time. We're upwards of 50 games completed in this challenge. The Legend of Zelda has been a really difficult game to do in this way. There's lots of opportunities for a small hit or a mistake somewhere in the game that keeps us getting reset back to the beginning. We're very close. I've had 4 one-hit playthroughs of this game, 2 of them recently. I've had many of late games that went late and got hit. Last week we had 2 of them that got to the final palace that got hit. So we're very close to the challenge, but that's why you see me playing the Legend of Zelda, because this is the current challenge that we're working on. Once the Legend of Zelda is done, we'll move on to the next game that we try to master, essentially learn it, route it, figure everything out so that we can play through it without damage. All of the games, when I do the challenge, are played on, well, as many of them as possible, are played on the original cartridge with the original hardware. Sometimes I don't buy the original cartridge because they're just really expensive, something like that. But for the most part, the majority of my challenges have been done live. Actually, they've all been done live on Twitch or YouTube and done on original hardware. What's up, Blackburn? All right, with those jerks just hanging out there. Oh, I missed the hit. This room here gets a little extra practice, as I call it the death funnel. It's a really tricky room to get through without getting hit. I've started full runs of CV3 now that I've got everything fully figured out. Edge, that's great, man. That's great. Hopefully it doesn't take you too long. It's definitely easier, I think, than the Mega Man was. So I think you'll have... I mean, it's easier than Double Dragon for sure. At a con, there was an academic conference hosted by the Ohio State. Huh. That's cool, Suburb. Morning, Commodore Chronicles. Yeah, you're doing Alucard. Is this currently a valid run or practice? Ryan, this is practice. So I start every morning. I do this room 10 times successfully. And then I do the boss of this palace 10 times successfully. It is what I've found to be the best way to practice these two spots of the game. I need one more. The best way to practice these two spots of the game that I can't eliminate the randomness. This room here is so difficult because there are, how many enemies in here? There are 8 enemies in here. They all move randomly. Only 2 of them are one shot. The other ones take multiple hits. The 2 bubbles can't be killed and we can't get hit by the bubbles. The door closes behind you. The space that you need to go can be filled up by the enemies. This just so much of this room is difficult. So, it only takes very little mistakes here. Getting gridded. Getting bubble hit. That's finally there. Has anyone ever beaten it flawless like you're going for? Ryan, one player that we know of, he's actually in the chat, Mick Monkey. I think I saw Mick Monkey come in here this morning. He is a speedrunner of the game. And when I started to route this, took up the idea as well and was able to complete it last year. Year before, maybe. Yeah, see, there he is. I heard he was here. There's quite a few people, Ryan, that have been able to complete it in a no damage playthrough. There's a speedrun category called no damage, but it's a distinctly different playthrough because they allow hits from bubbles. So if you get hit by the bubble in this game, you can't use your sword, but it doesn't do any damage to you. So they allow hits from bubbles, which makes it quite a bit easier in that way, because bubbles are one of the harder things to avoid because you can't kill them and all you can do is dodge them. And then they also allow glitches. So you are allowed to screen wrap, like screen scroll. You're allowed to block clip through blocks. And they also use pausing in the game. One of the things that pausing in the game does, you see how these fairies are moving in slow motion as I pause. Pausing in the game can really help giving you time to react. In this playthrough, the one that Mick Monkey did, we don't allow the screen scrolls or glitches or block clips. We don't allow pausing to
I heard that this
slow
place
down
sucks
enemies.
more than the
We don't allow
airport
damage
time
or
at.
hits.
Is it true?
So no bubble hits. What was that, Chaser? This place sucks more than an airport. Oh, you're at an airport? Is this true? No, it's not true. That's a lie. So what we normally think about, Ryan, is we're beating the game as flawless as you can. A flaw not just being damage, but being a damage or a hit. I mean, a hit from a bubble takes away your sword. That's negative. It's a flaw. If you do that, you should try to avoid it.
Only if you have expectation of any kind of at least decent gameplay, Chaser. Some floating head just keeps yapping away in the upper right corner.
That's me. That's me. That's me. Wow, I'm missing a lot of chat. You guys are talking a lot. Did you figure out MGC yet? So there was a question this morning, Chaser. I need to guarantee. Actually,
it takes a lot.
I need to find the email chain that I have, or the email. If you have it, you're on a plane. You don't have it handy. Let's say if you have it handy to get the email, I'll reach out. I'm sure that Yeah, that was a good fight. I'm sure that I will be getting in unless something is changed. I'm everything should be in order, but I should nail that down. If I'm not, who was that? Edge. I'm trying to talk. If I'm not, I'm still going to the event. So as far as Midwest goes, I'm going there no matter what. It's just whether or not I have a booth there is the only hang up. Steve has already got the hotel lined up, but I would like to see if there's any way to upgrade that. But Raspinall's saying that the hotel's already completely booked. So I hope Steve's not pulling my leg when he says he's already got the room. So, Raspinall, you're saying that the Hilton is fully booked? Oh, Jason, you already sent me that email. I sent Steve a message. He's not normally up quite this early. Yeah, another bus debacle. Thanks, Chaser. Chaser, that just saves me having to dig through. Yeah, Chaser, I don't want to overwhelm you with people and having to host and stuff. I feel like that's a lot, especially because it sounds like there's going to be more people this year going than we had previous years, which is great. I'm excited about that, but that's a lot for you to host, especially if there's a decent amount more people. Now, it does sound like if for some reason we're not at the hotel, we may end up at a hotel that's a short walk or something. But I'm fine with that as well. We'll see when Steve gets back to me just to make sure. How many was that? That was 2. I think, like I said, I'm fine walking. It's a little bit more difficult if, it's a little bit more difficult to get stuff to the convention. If I have to walk, but I'll just pull up and unload everything and set everything up, and then it'll just be me walking back and forth for those days, so that's not a big deal. Yeah, because Raspinall, we may be able to find a better hotel that's just a short walk from the event that allows us allows us a small suite where we could all hang out. That's a little bit more quiet than because I know that there are, last year, during the Saturday night where they've got like the after party, I went to the after party thing last year thinking, it'd be good to hang out with people there. It was so incredibly loud that to me, it just wasn't worth it. But there's like 3 levels to that convention, and there was some lower rooms that were set aside for various things. One of them in particular was the NES homebrew room, where people that had homebrewed games had it set up to show off some of their homebrewed games. And there was homebrewing and ROM hacking and stuff. And it was this small room, maybe a 15 by 15 or 20 by 20 room that just had tables and chairs and games set up. And there was people in there drinking and playing games and hanging out late into the early morning on Saturday. Like 1 o'clock in the morning, there was still people in there. So the option of just hanging at the convention center doing that late into the morning, I mean, like we have an area to hang out there. I would rather it be more intimate with just our friends in a hotel room myself. The key is to make sure you can walk your stuff out at the end on Sunday. Well, JMH, that was the key in what I had this last year. It was like one trip and super easy. And I'm not completely sold that I'm gonna have a booth there. If it comes down to having a booth there to not lose my spot, I'm gonna approach the situation with, I was there last year, I wanna come back and do the same thing. And if he says yes, then I go back and I do the same thing. The setup was easy. It was low commitment. I didn't do any panels or anything like that. If he says yakety, schmackety, not sure, gonna have to do, it's like, if there's any hesitation there, I'm gonna just go and be I'm just gonna go and be a person. You know, just go there and enjoy the event, hang out with people more often, which will be even more fun. The only main benefit is exposure, as having a table, which the exposure is good, as well as I get a free ticket to the event. What a jerk today. What did I do today, Warlord Zen, that was a jerk? I didn't even say anything. I recognize you said pause strats and I said gross. Dude, what's mine say? M.A. is being a jerk? You doing the runs today? Sure am. We're doing warm-up. We always start off with warm-up. My M.A. Good fight. This boss is being a jerk.
Go get them,
What
Stevie.
boss? You keep saying this
Stephen.
boss. You're not even showing me anything. Get him, Stevie. Stupid doves crapping all over my lawn. Oh, you're talking about this boss. Like the game we're playing. Got it. Oh, I need my head examined. Shit. I need my head examined. I sure do. He got... Oh, nice save. Keep going. A couple doves at a time. Go. Couple dubs at a time. Slow but steady. Slow but steady. Dubs. We need a dub. We need some dubs. Okay, more dubs. Slow and steady dubs. Gotta go faster than that, though. Faster. Dubs. That's the power of these dubs. Good job, chat. We got him.
They pay you to spy on us.
$2.15.
Shut up.
No life. I see you lost all your points. That sucks. That's too bad. Check your chats. Is it even working? Hakuna Matata.
Sup? How's life? No way. That's dope. Did you hear about that other thing?
I did.
PP touch thing?
No, that wasn't it.
Don't worry. The cops will fill you in. Anywho, be easy.
It wasn't the touching, it was the hiding, I think. Hakuna Matata was about hiding it. It was where they were hiding it. That's where it was that was a problem. I've been playing the Z1 fan remake by Jeb. That game is amazing. I haven't played it. I don't do remakes, ROM hacks, and stuff like that, or randomizers. I don't do that stuff very often, or at all. Not that I think it's stupid. I'm not like, that's stupid. It's just that it's not my bag, baby.
Receive Stephen.
No life. Did it reset you to 0? I didn't even see. Monkey. Look at that one dub's just been teasing you. Ooh, we got him. Now, I think if he kills the last dove, he's stuck like this. For a while. I guess until he gets tired. Good job. Gotta empty the clip. What am I doing? All right, we're gonna go here. We're gonna practice run. I played that and Metroid Planets. Those are the only two non-originals that I've played. What's Metroid Planets? I've never heard of that. Save states off. And then a U S.
How much did they pay you to spy on us?
$2.15.
Shut up.
BMC still at it. Don't expect me to be stopping anytime soon. I think we're on year 8. I think I've been live streaming. I think like full time essentially for over 7 years. What? Tiberius? Oh, Tiberius. I said it wrong again. That was the other day. Oh yeah, Tiberius. Tiberius. I'm so stupid. Oh. Let me do this. Nutbag. Mm-hmm. What's up, Paul? Sultan.
us. You liar. Come on, you pansy.
So all the saves are gone now. No, I'm not playing on the cart. Monday morning we do a no reset run. Well, we reset if we get hit by Chompy, but that's it. Once we get past Chompy, we do a no reset. Even though I know I'm very close, that doesn't. I mean, you still have to do no resets, and if I don't plan a no reset, I ain't ever gonna do it. If you don't get no tolls, you ain't eat no rolls. You know what I mean? As they say in tights. Archimedes, Butt City. Yeah. No, it's not Rip. They're on this. All but one. I don't know what you mean. I rarely do. The more I think about Midwest Gaming Classic, the more I think it may be more or better fun to just go and to not have to sit at a booth all day. But sitting at a booth all day gets me a free ticket. Latrine! Better than shithouse. You changed it to latrine? Yeah, it used to be shithouse. It's a good change. It's a good change. All toilets in the kingdom shall be known as John's. I love so much of that movie. Clock! Oh. I hate these guys so much. This room is so dumb. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fine. Justin King? You make it over here to YouTube or to Twitch, did you? Justin King, welcome to Twitch. Came over from YouTube. I normally tell my mom about that, but my throat's a little sore. Hey, Mom! Hey, Mom! Mom! Not as funny when I do it that way. Just saying. Nip the tip. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is everybody excited for the second Spaceballs? Is to watch Kevin Costner's Robin Hood right before you watch Mel Brooks' one. So much of the movie is seen. Yeah, exactly, it is. Why is it that I like? So don't get me wrong. I've heard a lot of bad things about the Kevin Costner movie, but I haven't seen it since I was 12 or whatever, however old I was when it came out. And I remember loving the movie. I remember thinking it was awesome. I don't remember why I thought it was awesome. Probably just because I was young and didn't know any better. But what is it that makes it so bad? Was it bad writing? Was it film bad? I understand he didn't have an accent, but... Yeah, I think, is his name Alan Rickman? The villain was a really good villain. Oh, shit! Shitters! I'm gonna reset that. I know I wasn't gonna reset that, but whatever. Well, so I watched a video, a little bit of the lore there. He spent a long time, Costner did, developing an accent, and then they didn't want him to use it. Must be that his accent sucked. But it's still a fun movie. The acting is painfully bad otherwise, and that's probably what did not come through for me as a kid, because I didn't know better. Morning, Sandman. Speaking of movies, I had an idea the other day, and I'd like honest feedback. You guys can be brutally honest with me. And say, Slackinator, your head is huge and you're not important. So this would never actually be a thing. But my brother and I were talking, and he was talking about the... Yes? The documentary Free Solo. And how it was a really good documentary, and not Romeo brother, other brother, Goat Fort brother. And how it was a storytelling thing of someone that did something crazy in their industry. And he said, you should look into, speaking of me, look into people that make documentaries, because he thinks the whole idea of this Flawless Ness project that we've done for years suits a documentary. And I don't really agree, but his points made sense. One of the things that I think about when I think about like Free Solo, freaking insane. He climbed, first person to whatever, El Cap. And the thing that I feel like the story that we have here in the flawless playthroughs of these games is there's no real story. We're not finishing anything or ending anything. There's no beginning or end. It doesn't feel like it has an arc to it, which I feel like good stories have to have, but maybe I'm wrong. That's why, like I said, I have honest feedback. But I think it's more than, I think the story is more than me playing through the games, but this community of people. Did you guys realize that without the chat, this stuff wouldn't have happened? I've said it before, but like without making a Twitch channel, which allowed me to play games for 6 or 7 hours every day, without this, none of it happened. So I feel like the story is not in just the idea that we were able to complete, and I do say we, but we're able to complete games without damage, but it's the development of the Twitch stream and the obsessiveness of me paired with the support of the stream to make these things happen, to make them possible, I think is really interesting. All right, Diax. Let me get on the film crew. I'm not a photographer, but I want to say that. Earthmelon, you're in. Easiest decision I've ever made. Ooh, Ooh, does it answer the 6 story questions? I didn't know there was. Yeah, I'm not smart. Warlords End, you are pretty great. The forehead of justice would be the you could say the same thing about games in general. There are a lot of people who don't get it, but there will be people who get your perfect runs. All right. Here's the questions. Everyone just let Razul put these in chat. Jerks. Marlik, stop interrupting Razul as he writes in chat. Who are they? So if it's about me, it's me? What do they want? I want to solve Nintendo's puzzles, and I want to discover new things in Nintendo games and solve the puzzles of these flawless playthroughs. What's in the way of what they want? Oh my gosh. Zelda! But what's in the way? The amount of time and energy that have to go in to completing these, the amount of precision and the routing, paired with the fact that it doesn't pay bills. Like, I have to be able to pay bills. So I could much easier pay bills by having a normal person job. This job barely does it, but it barely does it, and it allows me to do this. So what's in the way? Financial responsibilities of being an adult and having children and needing to support a family. What happens? We have an amazing live stream where we dissect video games. We learn new things that people have never known. We route games in an amazing way that lead to live attempts where everything has to be put together perfectly, with the culmination of what I describe as Cloud 9 for completing that. The feeling that you get at the end is I can't compare it to anything else. So that's what happens. We get that. And what does it mean? I have no idea. What does that mean? No, Courtney, the conversation was brought up about whether or not what I've done with the Nintendo and this Flawless Ness project would make for a good documentary. So that's what the conversation is about. Part of something bigger, like the twist of gaming. Ooh, the twist of gaming. Topics include in the documentary would be things like speedrunning, tasking, flawless. Okay. Two forks for question 3. What is in the way of what you want? The hurdle, Razul, the biggest thing that is there is I would say being able to dedicate enough time to it and overcoming the financial strain on trying to do it. Because the amount of time I spend playing these games is absurd. It's the speedrunning dedication. It's the same thing that speedrunners have. And I think some speedrunners have a lot of time that they can dedicate because maybe, and I'm assuming that there's a decent amount that are young, that are single, that have time. They work a job to pay the bills, and in their free time, they speedrun, but they don't have the house to maintain, a family to support, young kids to spend time with. Would have to be a documentary about people who play these classic NES games, segments about people in each group, speedrunners, high score challenges. I see that. So again, that's similar to the other statement that was it would be paired with. It couldn't just be the story about this project. And that's where I would think, ooh, why don't I actually put it where I could hit him? That's where I think this project shines, though, because it is, otherwise it's too broad of a topic. You know, if you're doing all speed running and high scores and challenges and stuff like that, it's just super broad and it doesn't have a focal point. And I'm not saying like, look at me, but at least this does have a focal point and interest. It's me, but the live stream and our journey through this project. 1, a dummy. 2, to be stupid. 3, adulting. 4, immaturity. 5, dumb and stupid combined. 6, get a job and old school. I am listening to Razul. Good morning, home game hero. We are playing the original Legend of Zelda. We are attempting to do a flawless playthrough of the game. No hits, no damage, no mistakes. We're also not using glitches. We're playing it in a more traditional way. Crap, I picked up the compass. Mm-hmm. All right, Timmy's. This project might get more attention because there are already thousands of channels focused on speedrunning. Since this is a different kind of challenge, you would stand out more. That's true. There's not very many runners that are, or players that are doing this challenge, and it's unique to the no damage. You know, we've created, get you some from the hip. We've created this as our own standalone thing. It's specific to me and this community. A full arc. Just get creative with title names. Well, Razul, what I would do, and this is, so the conversation, again, it was a brief conversation, but it would be, is it worthwhile to pitch to somebody as a project for somebody that creates documentaries? I'm not doing any of it. I am not a storyteller. I am in no way qualified to create that thing. It would be terrible. The dumbest mistake I could make is thinking that I could do it. The question is there a story there that is worthwhile for somebody to do? Somebody much more qualified than me and somebody that would do a good job. Oh, good. I need that coin. I mean, I guess I don't really have to have it. Would be about it specifically. A documentary on a guy that tight-roped across 2 skyscrapers or something like that. Super interesting. Also solo focused. Yeah, that'd be kind of something like that. Renegade, I think Friday's run was the best so far to date. I got into Palace 9. I normally reset this after that. Just don't get hit. You got it, Bad Breaks. What's going on, Bad Breaks? That's the plan. The plan is to not get hit. The plan has yet to ever frickin' work in this game. Just saying. I'd be willing to do one as a parody. It would be very insulting to you. Thanks, Buzz. I wouldn't be focused on, so that I don't think it would make for good, not that it wouldn't make for a good summoning salts thing, but I'm thinking not YouTube documentary. I'm thinking more documentary for a mass audience, not the niche audience, but like Netflix documentary. Well, and again, this wasn't my thought or my idea. This was a conversation that was brought up that we were just chatting about. And these are what was, well, you should do this or you should do that. It was more me listening, and now I'm bringing it to this conversation with you guys. The no damage man that refuses to get the map. What's up, Sassy? Raspinall, right? Don't get hit. Next level shit right there. Next level shit. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm supposed to leave. Don't get hit. You ever thought of doing the perfect Pac-Man run? You know, I haven't thought about Pac-Man, but I have thought about doing Tetris. I have thought about doing Tetris, not Pac-Man. What would constitute, PMC, what would constitute a perfect Pac-Man? Would it be, it would be kill screen without ever getting hit, right? Hey, girl. Friday was such a good time. Cranberry, the no damage Tetris run has been actually, it's been figured out, which is the fun part. There was a guy that did, so essentially it is the, it's the max score. What do they call it? It's a max out. So there's a max out score. Essentially you get the max out score only scoring Tetrises. The way that they do it, Cranberry, is the RNG of Tetris, the way the blocks move, the RNG is set when you press start and start the game. So if you press start on the exact same frame and you do the same movement, you'll get the same blocks. So it is not getting good at Tetris, which I would hate to do. It is all about choosing the frame to start and then memorizing exactly where to place every block after that. And that is what would make the so yeah, Kramer, it's a little different than the stories you're used to looking at. There is some people that have done it now, utilizing being frickin' amazing in reaction time and actually doing it from random seeds. But what I would do is, I'm playing it on the Nintendo, I would press the start button, frame perfect, and I would know because the blocks that I would get at the beginning would all be the same, and I would route and plan. That's the one thing that I do well is I memorize. I would route, plan, and memorize the entire game. So I would hit start and I would get a Tetris every time until I maxed out the score. That's how I would do my flawless playthrough of Tetris. King of Kong was a great documentary, so I can see a flawless journey working. So Batman, that was another one that was brought up as a reference. Like, they did King of Kong, they did these documentaries. Potentially one around what we do here on the live stream would make for a good one. Oh, no clock? Come on, Juan. This is stupid. I can't kill the blob yet. Or, I mean, technically I can. Gosh. Leave me alone. How many hits you freaking take? It's stupid. Thank you. Thank you. They don't like you. Good job, Cranberry. When I think of, I don't know, Biopic? Is that a word? Biopic. It is indeed a word. Bullshit. Bullshit. Rascal, you realize you don't have to say fancy words to impress us. We like you. You know what I mean? Like, we like you. You don't have to try to impress us with fancy words. The Mike Tyson documentary was amazing too. So you just talk about of what it takes would be fascinating for people who know nothing about it. That's what I'm thinking. I think that I think that there is a value in it. I don't know how the story would go. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's where somebody that can tell stories would tell it better. But I think the idea that this project was started, the way that the project works, the way that we break down games, the way that the project has led to discoveries and first completions of games and speedrun world records and high score world records, the way that it has done that, but it's done it through a community of people, I just think it could be a good story. Just need to find somebody that can tell it. That's not Buzz Thunder.
Hello? Who is it?
I finally beat Zelda 2. Not sure I'll ever play it again. What's the point of the second quest? Second quest in Zelda 2 is unlike this game, it's the same. The only difference in second quest in Zelda 2 is you start off with down stab and up stab and the spells. Start off with the spells. Needs to be narrated by Morgan Freeman. Oh, wouldn't that be great? Yeah, Raspberry, exactly. My assertion that you would put on air is making me positively lugubrious. Lugubrious. Right? I know. All spells and the level. So you start off with 888 or whatever it is. The only thing you have to recollect is the heart containers, right? And the magic containers. The only way to do it would be... and then cutting to scenes of your answers. I don't know how they would do it. It's at Cranberry. It's called New Game Plus. It's not called Second Quest. Yeah, so it is a New Game Plus. Freaking missed the hole. You ever have that happen? Shut up, Buzz. Do we have police sirens for Spiffy yet? We do not. Is Spiffy here? Lick movie. Ha ha. Trying to read chat. Don't make fun of me. I don't make fun of you guys. Freaking jerks. We're supposed to be all friends here. Not a bunch of freaking jerks. Normally when you do that, you hear, "What are you doing?" That man says it would be a perfect project for a group of, college kids or film school kids or something. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. If it's worthwhile doing, then why would you want a group of college kids or something to do it? Why wouldn't you want somebody that that potentially could do a really good job? Right? And the conversation is about whether or not it is worthwhile doing. And maybe the answer to that is no. And it's not worth reaching out or trying to fund it yourself and doing something like that because, yeah, it's just not worth it. And that's valid. Oh, dang it, Buzz. I feel like that was Buzz Thunder's fault. I just read his comment, so I'm blaming him for missing that. It would be easier to sell to film school kids, and something is better than nothing, in my opinion. I gotcha, Batman. That makes sense. But if it's like a legacy thing, and if it was like, this could be something good, I would rather not like just have something made and say this would be awesome if this person made it, and try as I might to that. Like, I'm more of the, if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right, rather than, well, at least this way something gets done. This has become my lifelong obsession and goal. Like the Game Chasers movie. They did it and ripped to Billy. I don't know what that is. Game Chasers. Nah, all the commands have been broken. They've been broken forever. That's what we should do a movie on. A documentary on how sucky multibot is. What a shitty suck thing that I try to use that proves my insanity because I just keep trying to use it the same way and expecting it to act different. Where am I at? I'm there. Game Chasers movie. So they did another movie for Billy? Fuck. I didn't know that. That's another reason why... Well, you quit it. Another reason why I'm not the right person to talk to about this. I haven't watched any of those. I never watched King of Kong. I'm not a documentary watcher. One of the reasons why I'm asking you guys. Try the commands now. See if they work now. I started it. Or it's already oversaturated with. Yeah, I think this is different, Buzz. Like, it's not like I'm making an Avengers movie. I just started it and it's not working. Isn't that funny? Teeny, we're live. We are alive live. We sure are. My code works for Steven Seagal and all the things that I made. It's the audio that I use multibot for that doesn't work. Multibot that's broken. Matt D said he had a web version that he was working on that I could use, but it didn't work. He said he was going to work on it and fix it, but then he didn't. Easy there, Stevie.
How much did they pay you to spy on us?
$2.15.
Is this the second quest? No, it is not. You should open source it and let community help. I think it is. Renegade. I believe Multibot is open source. James D, good morning. What did you do with the Steve? Keep it. I need to talk to you about that, No Life, because I think that needs to be one of the actionless figures. I can never... No, Multibot works fine. What doesn't work is me using Multibot because my internet sucks. The only thing I guess they can do... I think what happens is my internet sucks. So my stream has to try to reconnect. And the way Multibot reconnects is very spammy, and Twitch blocks it. So I just fired up Multibot, and maybe it tried to connect 17 times in a row, and Twitch has blocked it now. So I guess I can try to reload it. But for people that have good internet, it doesn't matter. I wasn't sure if it should be one color that painted. This worked out really well. We just need to have a chat on how you did it, because it's freaking amazing. 1, 2, 3. Dragon Eater, I'm not doing a wood sword challenge. I'm doing a no-hit challenge. We're trying to beat the game without getting hit or taking any damage at all. We're not using any glitches. We're trying to play it as traditionally or as naturally as possible. The only thing that we do that may be a little out of the ordinary is we don't do the palaces in the exact numerical order. We don't do Palace 1, Palace 2, Palace 3. We do the palaces in a different order that maximizes getting the hard stuff done early so that if we do get a hit, we don't lose as much time getting back to the start. Or going back to, shit! Sorry, I didn't mean to aggressively shout poop. Dragon Eater, you're on YouTube. You can check. I have a playlist called Flawless Ness. I've done this challenge on a lot of Nintendo games. 50 to be exact. Somewhere around 50. And this one here has been giving me diarrhea for a few years. It's a really tricky challenge. Maybe not the hardest one I've done, but pretty freaking close. But I've done a lot, Dragon Eater, I've done a lot of the NES library, at least the notable or difficult NES library. So feel free, Dragon Eater, throw them in the chat. What are some games you think would be really cool to see someone complete without taking damage? Or getting hit? There's the spawn. And we'll see if I've completed the game. On the Nintendo as well. That's the crucial part. It's called Flawless Ness, as in flawless games played on the NES console. The 1 second quest, don't ever plan to do that. Dragon Warrior, we've thought about, Teeny. It would be very RNG manipulated. Dragon Warrior's randomness can be controlled to a high degree. I do believe that we could do the challenge. Now, I think there are some things in Dragon Warrior. There's some damage that you take that you cannot avoid. And that's why the challenge has always been Flawless Ness is flawless, not damageless. It's not no damage. It's no damage, no hits, no mistakes, if avoidable. No flaws in the gameplay. And in Dragon Warrior, is it Dragon Warrior or Final Fantasy where you have to like walk over a section of spikes or something that damages you and there's no way to avoid it? If there's no way to avoid the damage, then technically it's not a flaw in your gameplay. Technically it's an inevitability. It's something that you have to do. And with some of those games like Dragon Warrior, I think, the Swamp Walk. Yeah, Dragon Warrior, there's a Swamp Walk that does damage to you and there's just nothing you can do. That damage you're just going to take. And it's still going to be able to be flawless because you didn't do anything wrong. You did something the game requires. And that's why we switched the name to flawless rather than damageless, because there are games out there that you can't avoid all damage, but you can avoid all flaws. You just have to highlight what a flaw would be. Dragon Eater. I've done Double Dragon 2. I've done Super C. I've done the original Contra as well. I've done the original Double Dragon as well. Those are some really good games. Now, what we would do is we would search to high heaven. High hell? High heaven. What's the expression? High heaven, I think. Every way possible to avoid it. We may spend a month just trying to figure out whether or not we can avoid that swamp damage. May find out that there's, no current way to avoid it. But we've also found things in games that we didn't know, people didn't know about. So I don't take at face value the existing knowledge as guaranteed. Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior, I would think Flawless is just deathless, not hitless. Damageless would require something dumb. We've looked at Dragon Eater. We've looked at Kirby's Adventure, and it would be quite boring, as it's not particularly difficult to just kind of fly through every stage. The game Kirby is really fun. It really is. But it's fun because you want to get power-ups and you want to attack things. But if you're trying to play the game without getting hit, so much of it is just walking through the game or flying through the game. Not that I'll never do that, but it's not high on the list because the enjoyment value of it would be pretty low. Similar, like Buzz says, Kirby is fun, but it has a lot of lag, and especially if you're leaving enemies alive. Mm-hmm.
We're going streaking! Yes!
Oh, going streaking today? Good luck, everybody. It's cold out there. Mm-hmm. Has anyone ever done Akari Warriors? So EP, Akari Warriors has been routed for the speed run, and I believe the speed run is the fastest if it goes deathless. So yes, people have routed Akari Warriors for no damage because it's a one-shot kill game, but they use glitches. I would be interested to see what it would take to get through that game, and if you could get through the game, not in a speedrun sense, but in a way to do it without glitches. Similar to this game. You know, Legend of Zelda had been done without damage, but until we started routing it, no one had done it without damage, without bubble hits, and without glitching the game. It has been done now. Like we said, McMonkey's been through it that way now. But it's just a different way of looking at the game, and Akari Warriors hasn't been looked at in that way. Only speedrun. We didn't win the Mustache Man. I think they use a glitch where you... So that's the thing. I think there is a way, No Life, to gain by death abusing, and I think that's something that they use, but I'm not sure about it. I think it can be done though. Dragon Eater Star Tropics is one that I've looked at quite a bit. I think it would be a lot of fun. It may be a little bit slow, but I've never played through Star Tropics all the way, so I'm really interested in doing Star Tropics. Flawless fun run of Kirby? Maybe Batman? Castle of Dragon, or Dragoon. Isn't it 2 O's, Castle of Dragoon? What was that? Oh, Buzz wants to show us his junk. That's so Buzz. The end of Star Tropics would be very rough. Don't know enough about the game. Huh. Especially since you have to get all the way there. Yeah, but No Life, it's something that we haven't routed yet, right? Dragon Eater, Battle of Olympus is doable. We routed a bunch of it. There is a stage, Dragon Eater, there's a room at the end of Battle of Olympus that makes the playthrough not very high on the list, because you have to climb down into a room, and in that room, when you climb down, some birds will spawn on the left side, and that's the way that you have to go. you have to get a somewhat rare spawn of those birds to be able to get through the room without them hitting you. I think when I was trying to work it, I sat there for like 3 or 4 minutes, loading the room, watching the birds, leaving, come back, loading the room, watching the birds, leaving, come back, to get the pattern that I needed. That makes it, it's all the way at the end. So that makes it a lot less fun to think about doing that run, having to route and put everything together, and then sitting in that last room and reloading it for an extended period of time just to get a pattern that would work. I will look more at Battle of Olympus because I think it would be really fun to do. But that room in particular ruins it for me. Take no hit but leave nothing alive. That would be fun. YouTube chat is nice and cozy. Dragon Eater, no worries. I like the questions. This stream is pretty highly focused on the chat as well. I just was talking about it this morning that if it wasn't, I shouldn't have done that. My bad. I got hit. And then I killed everybody. What a shitty thing to do. I'm sorry. I was just talking about this is a no reset run. We play all the way through the game whether I get hit or not. Tomorrow we start, the rest of the week will be resets. Anytime I take a hit, I reset back to the beginning. But for now, at least you're going to get to see the rest of the game. But I was talking earlier about the chat and the community that has been developed alongside these challenges. If it wasn't for the chat and the community, I wouldn't have the time to put into these games, to route them and to complete these challenges. Also, half of the reason I do this every day is just to come here in the morning and to talk to everybody and to geek out over something that I really enjoy. So I really try to focus on taking the time to talk to people that have questions and to answer questions and to be involved that way. Second time the run has been ended there. Yeah, it is. But that one was that was me. Well, I mean, it's always me. But that there was me paying attention to chat and then trying to kind of rush. It was lack of focus. That's my fault. It's super my fault. Super my fault? Who talks like that? It's always the doofus behind the controller. You got it. I was saying, I hope I get that bomb drop. Throw it. All right, can't trust them. So these enemies can act like they can throw their boomerang. And that's essentially what happened with that Octorok. And it's something that is so tricky to deal with in this. That boomerang enemy, I hit him twice as he was coming at me, and then I'm like, I can't throw, because once he gets at a certain distance away from you, if I try to shoot my sword, I lower my shield. And that's what happened with that Octorok. With that Octorok, I just shot my sword as that shot was coming at me. I lowered my shield, and I got hit while I was swinging. One of the hardest things to avoid is not only do you have to pay attention to where the enemies are, you have to pay attention to the enemies are moving, and you have to pay attention to your timing versus their attempts to hit you, because sometimes you can block their shots, and then if you're trying to attack, you can't. So it makes it really easy to get hit that way. Guardian Legend we've looked at quite a bit as well, Dragon Eater. I'd like to do that game. PMC, I've talked about branching out and doing a Dark Souls game just because I want to have the experience to say I have an intelligent opinion on whether I think old games are harder or easier than new games, because Dark Souls is known as like the new hard in video games, whereas the NES console is known as being NES hard. Which one's harder? No one really knows. And I mean, it's obviously it's an opinion no matter what, but from what I've heard, I hear the opinion of the people that know the new games. I hear the opinion of the people that know the old games. Not very many people have went back and forth. Not very many people have completed an old game without taking damage and the new games. I don't have much desire to play modern games, but I find it worth my time to play through Dark Souls just to have the experience of beating that game without taking hits, to use as a comparison, to be able to speak for both genres, both times.
After the spanking, the oral sex.
Well, I could stay a bit longer.
All right, so now I'm going to have a full room here. Normally, I don't have a full room here. Works. So I had to re-clear the room. $100 largest landowners have holdings of more than... Okay. Beating souls is definitely a flex. Well, Dragon Eater, and that's the question that I want to answer. So many people say beating the souls games is a an accomplishment, just beating them and then beating them without damage. And then people that are of my generation, when I say I've beaten all 3 Ninja Gaiden games without getting hit or damaged, people say those games were so much more difficult than what the next generation playing the Souls games are doing. I don't know that from experience. I know that beating the original Ninja Gaiden was really hard to do. 1, 2, and 3. So I'd be interested in seeing, from my own personal perspective, what I think the difficulty is in comparison between like Dark Souls and Ninja Gaiden, or Dark Souls and Ghosts and Goblins, or some of the other really notorious games on the original Nintendo. While I have not beaten any of them hitless, Dark Souls 3 is stupid hard. Like Ninja Gaiden for me. I haven't beaten either. Okay. Have you tried Kingsfield? King's Knight. I was like, Kingsfield. What's this? I have not. I'm not familiar with the game. Is it a Nintendo game? Ugandis, I'm specifically speaking for no damage challenges or no hit challenges, and not from a casual perspective. My expertise is not in casual gaming. It really isn't. And there is a huge difference between mastering a game through research, routing, and repetition versus picking a game up that you know nothing about and being able to beat that game for your first try without looking on the internet for guides or without all of, get it? Nice. Without all of that, I think is really a difference in comparison to what I do. It's PS1 pre-Souls. Oh, I don't have any experience with that. Comparing Dark Souls with Ninja Gaiden is that there are too many ways to approach Dark Souls. Which approach is valid for comparison? Kunlun, that's my exact point. So what I tend to do is I tend to strip down the game into the simplest way that I can do it. And that is for Ninja Gaiden. You have access to all of the information about the game. And the goal is you have to go from the beginning of the game to the end of the game and beat it without using glitches that break the game. Glitches meaning something that is unintentional from the developer, as best as we can describe. And you're not allowed doing it without getting, or you have to do it without getting hit or damaged. But you're allowed all of the research, all of the time, all of the practice, all of that. Dark Souls would be the same way. You're allowed using any.
To be fair,
you're allowed using anything the game gives you. So you talk about different ways to approach the game, different enemy, different builds for the character, all of that. You're not allowed using things that would be classified as a glitch where you're breaking the game. We're not going to walk through a wall and skip an area. But if there's a certain weapon or a certain skill or a certain thing that allows the game to be easier, you're absolutely allowed using that. You're also allowed using all that the internet has to offer. One of the reasons why I do this is we take the gloves off. You are allowed everything. That way, at base value, you are playing this game, allowing everything versus playing this game. The only thing being not allowing glitches, because glitches aren't a lot of times can take away actually playing the game. So that's where I'm at with that. That way it puts them kind of on an equal ground. We cannot compare both difficulty. It's like comparing an apple to an orange. Both are games that's pretty much it. Dark Souls kind of difficulty is made from perfecting reaction time and learning patterns, while Nintendo's games are hard is made by jank programming. So PLB, I agree with that. Both of those are what make those games hard from a casual perspective. Casually, Dark Souls is hard because you have to learn the game and master dodging and strafing and things like that. And you don't know what's happening in Ninja Gaiden, and it's made hard. I'm not talking casual. So you're saying you can't compare them. I'm saying you can compare them. But I wouldn't compare them casually because I don't know them that way. Hiking trips planned for the summer. I'm going to do 100 miles in Tennessee. Part of it will be in the Great Smoky Mountains and finishing on the Mountains to Sea Trail. You have me picked up Metroid right now today. Zero chance I'd make it through. Metroid's so good. But what I have seen from you... Oh, I know nothing about Ninja Gaiden. You're always playing something I'm a fan of. Dragoneer, that's great. Feel free to check out the YouTube channel. There's a lot of stuff on there. We've done a lot over the last 7 years. And I've only recently... Someone just screamed, I need to find out what happened. Gross things are not always bad. I mean, obviously some gross things can be bad, but some gross things could also be good. Right? Look at a toilet. Toilets are gross. They're also good. Because if we didn't have them, we'd be just shitting on the floor. Which is also gross, but bad. You see what I'm saying? Like, it all makes sense once you realize what we're going through. So, just calling the boobs gross doesn't make them bad. The more you know. All live. All right. Because I'm bouncing up and down there. It's still in the same spot. If I hold up, I don't get... Whoa, did you see that midway clip? I got clipped like midway. What if I stopped there? Can't wait for this to be over. Let's go Pig Demon. Hey, we have 69 viewers. What a dumb run this was. That's 10 hits.
Here we go, cape analysis. The whale is wearing a cape for a cape. That was a good cape analysis. Reset, check match.
Smoke.
Who's named after a dildo? Can I say dildo? Dildo. Yeah, I guess I can. 4 hits, get it! Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it! Release the... No, we didn't! It's not over! There's another one! I counted wrong! Oh no! Don't get hit and be the worst thing in the world! Ladies and gentlemen, we really did it this time! Release the dubs again! Get in there, Radish, and I'll be right in. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Mario Brothers 2 on the NES, beaten without any damage. We beat Clunk there, but I almost ripped. Couple good tries today, though. Couple good tries. Did you see that bullet time? I was trying to be funny. Don't try to be funny. Me, don't try to be funny. It's alright. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. So it's... There it was. I just killed him, too. Oh, if you guys were good at clipping things, you'd clip that. But you big jump there. And then I jump, shoot. Nope. See, that's not good. Is this what I've always done, is a little jump, big jump? Whoa. How did I do a big jump and still drop the Reaper? Gentlemen, we hit 3 miles, 3.3. Stop. Pause. Paused it right in this. Oh, and that treadmill stops. Paused it right in the splitter I did. It was 3.3. That's nice. What was the calories? Oh, I didn't keep track of the calories. Would someone tell me the calories? Does anybody remember? So this is 6.3 miles. No, 03 miles, right? 03. Yeah, we're not even... How the did I die? What in the world? Somebody clipped that? That was amazing. What did I just do? It was the swaggiest thing anybody's ever done in this game ever. So 8. I will say this. I do have a very small amount of organization in my carts, and that is my black box collection is in the beginning. So 8 in the collection is Urban Champion. Black box game. I'd love to do the speed run of this. The speed run of this is only 29 seconds. Emote. The Pie Hype emote will give you 1 extra heart square and fill it. But if you have, say you only have 1 heart left, it'll give you the 4th heart square, but it only gives you 1, so you just be at 2 at that point. But if you do it at the beginning, it'll take you from 3 to 4 full heart squares. It's a team game. It's a stupid game is what it is. It's a stupid game, and you never know who's going to win because it's really random, and I love it. All right. That way this guy only takes 1 hit. What up, Ballsy? All right, guys, we can't get hit again if we want to get the sub 10. Triple kill. Okay, I am back. When you have 3 boys, and those 3 boys are 7, 8, and 9, and they try to play video games together, sometimes you have catastrophic. No, catastrophic. Help me out, chat. What word? I'm saying it wrong. You have failure. And I just heard screaming bloody murder in the house, and I had to go in there and fix the scenario. And now I don't remember where I was in the game. Where did it happen? I was in the house. No, it was not everyone can win, and little kids really have a hard time losing. Catastrophic. Catastrophic. Why does that sound weird? That's how I said it first. You were partway through Z1, damn it. I got hit once. Raspinall, losing doesn't build character in the way that a lot of people... I agree with you, but I disagree with you. Kids should lose, 100%. But the way that they lose is important. So my sons are still at the point where they sometimes win good, sometimes they lose good, sometimes they win bad. Winning and rubbing it in everyone's, like, you can win poorly and you can lose poorly. If you're losing poorly, it's not building character. So the way that my son just acted for losing in a game was not constructive in any way. But I agree with you, there are ways for it to be constructive. Oh, that's what we were talking about, is the NES difficulty thing. Let me go back, because I know that PLB had put something in chat and I was going to read it. Oh, wow, you guys thought, same for damageless. I watch enough of a guy that worked a hitless Dark Souls playthrough and you working your flawless. I'm going to really breeze through this. So, and that's what we were choose. So, and this is my point, and I understand that they're different PLB, and I understand those, but we can say, getting through the way that I did, like Ninja Gaiden, getting from the beginning, like, we can classify that as a no damage playthrough of the game versus a no damage playthrough of Dark Souls. You're saying that it's like apples to oranges. I'm saying no. They're still, how difficult, you could say, how difficult is it to make an apple pie versus how difficult it is to play through a video game? Difficulty is a thing. You know what I mean? Like, how much practice would you have to put into it? How much time does it take? How much skill does it need? You can cross genres that way with difficulty. Now, it's still slightly subjective, or that's still decently subjective. But if someone had experience in both of them, they could try to differentiate between the two. And what you're saying at the end, you said, yes, you would say that NES was more difficult, that because I take more time to route flawless games and to actually do them than the modern guys do with Elden Ring and stuff like that. So that is one way that you can say. So from your experience, PLB, you're saying that from watching me do NES style stuff, from watching them, you would say that the difficulty of the NES stuff is harder because it's taken me longer, and you've seen that for me. I could suck at the games. Maybe I do. I kind of do. So it may not be a great way to make that judgment call, because you may be looking at them and saying, these guys are not looking at them saying that how good they are at the game or how good they are at video games, period. And that's why I think it's important for one person to do both of them. Because now you have a baseline. You have someone that is doing both of the things. And it's not he's better than he is. It's he's doing this and he's doing that. And I can say, for me, I take some of the subjectiveness out. I say, for me, because I have done this and I have done that, I can make an opinion on it, calculating all of the things that I know. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, Zelda 2 is more difficult than Dark Souls. Are good at games or making them easier. I'll say that they're bad at games. I'm not saying that I'm bad at games, but I do know that I'm not particularly good at some aspects of gaming. My reaction time is not the greatest. I just got hit because I paused right here. I don't know if I can get moving fast enough. Yeah, okay. And I know that because of the games that I struggle with are the games that are highly involved with reaction and focus. I would rather something that I could completely memorize and not ever have to make a conscious thought. All I have to do is robotically repeat what I have practiced. Much better that way. And Bootershank, that's such a good call. So it goes back to what PLB was saying about, you look at the Dark Souls players, and I don't know this, and I want to know, but they pretty quickly and pretty handily get through Dark Souls games. And when you look at a Dark Souls player that can do a no damage playthrough of like 8 games in a row, yes, they're good. Yes, they're dedicated. But can it be that hard? I personally, I don't have the experience yet, but I don't believe so. I don't believe it can be that hard because of the things that they have been able to do. And when you look at the NES console, these accomplishments haven't been done as much. It is, I don't know it, but it just seems through the data alone. And then like what Booter said, game developers now don't risk things being hard and unfair because their games won't sell. Dark Souls is a bit of an anomaly in that way. What's up, Shane? Well, thanks, Shane. I've been actually trying hard. Raspinall says, yes, it's that hard. And that's the thing I don't agree with, Raspinall. I'm making this is just my opinion. I could very well be wrong. But I would say you get these guys doing these long play, and I'm not saying it's not hard, but what I'm saying is each game individually, how hard can they be for these guys to just one after another beat them without, like, in order for, here's a great example. In order for them to do these 9 games in a row, They have to play over and over, and every time they have to restart back at Dark Souls 1. How hard is Dark Souls 1 if they can do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again without damage? Can't be that hard. Yes, they're really good and they're getting practice, but a lot of what makes games hard is the randomness in the games. You cannot beat Ninja Gaiden without damage over and over and over again. You can't do it. You can't do it back to back to back to back. It's just not doable. The things that you have to do are too hard and too random. The mashing required to do the final kill at the end, some people will never be able to do because they can't physically press the buttons fast enough. The randomness in the shrimp pattern sometimes is just gonna hit you. So I think that the proof is in them being able to do it so much, not discrediting their skill, but skill alone is not, I don't know. I'm having a hard time quantifying what I'm trying to think. Dark Souls is actually fair. Once you know the traps are free, you cannot circumvent being gridded in Zelda 1. That's great. Dark Souls dodging is tough. Play some Dragon Unit. Not familiar. As someone who has hundreds and hundreds of hours in Souls games, there are tricks that help, but the real difficulty is knowing and responding to everything that can happen. And then, so I have contradicting comments. PLB says Dark Souls is fair, and once you know, it's free. And Raspinal saying that after playing for hundreds of hours, the difficulty is knowing and responding to everything that can happen. So those are contradictory. And that's why and this all goes back to my original statement. I want to experience it myself because I want to know. That way, when I say I think that Dark Souls is harder than the retro era of video gaming, I can say, and I think this because of this and this that I know from experience rather than I know from what people say. And that's the main thing. Who makes the wolf howl? Broke Justice? Twitch Prime? 11 months? Thank you so much. A run can go off the rails in so many ways, and you should 100% try it if you can stream it without going into pixelated. That's the problem right now. That's the problem right now. And my Raspinal, my argument towards, I lean towards believing more along with what PLB says. In his response of once you know it, the traps are free. And the only reason I make that statement is when someone's trying to play 9 games and every time they attempt Dark Souls 1, they beat it. Every time. Over and over. When it becomes that repeatable, somewhere along the lines, there has to be a consistency that's being made there. Maybe, and again, like your comment says, I just need to experience it to find out. It's that one enemy that pivots on a dime and jabs you as you run past when he didn't last time. I believe that those don't exist once you know exactly where to be. You take time to be just far enough out. I don't think those guys ever run by an enemy without knowing for a fact that they can run by where they are without the enemy being able to hit them. If there is a spot where they have to run, they're going to avoid the dice roll of this guy could turn and hit me. I don't believe those exist. Or if they do, they're very, very few. That happens all the time. So Raspinal, I'm not saying this in a insulting way. or in a disrespectful way. It may happen to you all the time, but somehow it's not happening to them, meaning they must know something that you don't know about the game. If they're able to do it all the time, if that is true, then we would see these guys getting hit so much more. They would be running by and someone would turn and hit them and then they would be restarting. This playthrough is 17 hours long or something like that. If those things exist, the playthrough wouldn't be possible because they would just get hit. How are they not getting hit then? And that's where people and Rasputin, and I do not take it as is that way. I don't know how much you've watched of these guys playing it. I think that there are ways to avoid these things that you potentially don't know about in those games. Okay, and then this is the thing that I don't know. You say that you've seen those failed runs, and I haven't seen them, so you very well could be right. And that's where I need more experience in there before I can make that assumption. Well, I can still make the assumption, but before I can confidently stand behind it. I can't confidently stand behind anything that I'm saying right now, and that's the reason to play them. I want to be able to not miss the hole. I play so much, and so much of what I do is based off of numbers and percentages. And if those games have high percentages of enemies turning and twisting and doing those things, then those guys wouldn't be able to do 17-hour-long playthroughs. There's not enough there's just not enough time in the world if there is these chances all the time. I would like to go through, I've went through a lot of the games that I do, and I'll say, for example, I did it with Mega Man 2. I've got it written down here somewhere. The amount of what I call cruxes, it's a Rasputin, rock climbing term. The amount of cruxes in the game. These are things that I can't do 100% of the time. I'll do them 98, or I'll do them 97% of the time. And I try to realistically think about how many attempts it would take, given that I played perfectly. If those games have a lot of those, they would be logistically impossible because of how long it takes to get through them. Resident Evil 2. Well, we're not talking about Resident Evil. Rasputin, we're talking about the Dark Souls game. I'm talking specifically about Dark Souls. I wasn't talking at all about Resident Evil. Due to a zombie in the intro decided. And that is one specific spot about a game that we're not talking about. And that's a reset at the very beginning of the game. Get him. Oh. From what I know, there are only a few people that have completed those crazy multi-game Souls, no damage runs. Only one guy has completed Demon Souls through Elden Ring at level 1, no damage. And it took him 2 years, give or take. And I'm not saying level 1, no damage. Specifically talking about, so that's adding a wooden nail. That's adding in extra conditions. I'm talking about just playing the game, no damage. When you start adding in different conditions, then it's hard to say. You know what I mean? Because it's like, well, then we would be Ninja Gaiden, but it would be only sword only, or it'd be sword only, and you have to do X, Y, or Z. So it would be, but in less than a month, he cleared Elden Ring only naked, Souls level 1. I would love to. I've played a little bit of Dark Souls, Raspidal. I would love to get together, like if we do Midwest and play Dark Souls. I need to get some experience with the game because I do want to do the challenge, but also the multi-game, I'm not talking about that in the challenge either. And then let me restate that for Wooden Nail. I don't know how long he's been hanging out. Wooden Nail, my reason for referencing the multi-game was only to put the point in that each individual game can't be as hard individually, because otherwise layering them all together would potentially be not feasible. If the games are really difficult and have a high likelihood of you getting hit to play through, then being able to stack them and play through that large series, it would become really, really difficult. And I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm using it as a way of saying that individually the games must be quite doable. And we're talking about the games individually as the conversation is Dark Souls versus no, I'm not saying Dark Souls. The conversation is modern games difficulty versus, thinking about it that way, I think I need to change what I'm saying. Modern games difficulty versus retro Nintendo era games. NES hard versus modern hard is the question. But I always use no damage as a way of rating it, because casually is so dependent on the person and what they know and things like that. It's so hard to rate what a casual playthrough of Ninja Gaiden is, because I don't remember my first casual playthrough. And it's so easy to get information that takes casual and makes it something different. For example, if you're talking casual and you had to figure out all of the puzzles, is different than casually beating it using a guide. And you can't unknow things that you already know, so it's so difficult to make that decision. Oh, that sounds like a fantastic time. Drunk Souls. All Souls games in a row hitless is another tier of challenge for Slack or a Slack equivalent. Z1, Z2 in a row. I agree that's where it would be. And I'm talking broad strokes in the game. Not the tip of the iceberg challenge, but broad strokes. When someone says, "Oh, modern games are really hard to beat," and someone says, "Well, how about NES hard?" Broad strokes, which one's harder? That's kind of what I want to get at. That's the core of the question I want to answer. Passionate about talking about video games. I sure am. Okay, PLB, modern is a different take. NES hard versus other games. So the NES in particular, look up the term NES hard. It was given a special term. NES hard or Nintendo hard refers to the extreme, often unforgiving difficulty of many video games released for the Nintendo Entertainment System These games were characterized by steep learning curves, limited lives, sparse checkpoints, and high-stakes gameplay design to make short, simple games last longer. There is a term called NES Hard. I'm comparing NES Hard to other games' difficulty. That would be what I'd want to do. Because the question that gets asked so often is are NES Hard games really as hard as other games are hard? That's stupid sounding. Didn't someone beat Dark Souls damageless? Someone just did it using a saxophone or something. I mean, there's what was it? The last one I saw I thought was batty and pretty stupid. Dark Souls streamer beats games using a saxophone without taking a single hit. That's a thing that happened in that game. Oh, also, Raspinol, we have a confirmation for the hotel. So Steve does have a hotel in Milwaukee. Would be one to beat Dark Souls. I want to do Drunk Souls. Have checkpoints very often. NES Hard is hard to casual players. And Gray Designs, that's actually something that... Oh, I almost got hit there. All right, shut up. I'm going. Nice. That's something that reading that makes me think, and also makes me second guess my approach to this, because so much of it is based off of the casual. Well, and Raspinol, it also depends on what room we got and how comfortable you are hearing 8-Bit Steve snore. I'm not saying that that's a possibility. What am I at? We have so often cut costs by sharing rooms and things like that. Important thing about a game is that you enjoy how you play. You'll be absolutely. Right, Raspinol, but I'm actually, I don't know if, last time I had talked to Steve, we are definitely up for cutting costs of this trip. So by having anybody that's interested, we'll talk later. Okay, Major Asshole, let's go. This is dumb. I'm out of rhythm. What a stupid idiot.
Here we go, cape analysis. The whale is wearing a cape for a cape. That was a good cape analysis. Reset, check match.
And then I got hit right. Just such an absolutely terrible fight. What is this stupid choke?
Here we go, cape analysis. The whale is wearing a cape for a cape. That was a good cape analysis. Reset, check match.
It's all right. I'm not sad. I mean, I'm not too sad. I had already taken a hit. Did you make your kids watch Goonies yet? Yes. I have. And back from 8 is middle. I was exposed to Predator. What do you mean by that? Yeah, my kids like Goonies. I don't think my oldest watched it. The other two did. You watched Nightmare on Elm Street at 6? Now, I question your parents for that. Nightmare on Elm Street at 6 seems like an irresponsible thing. Nightmare on Elm Street, it's 6? Literally the movie that is made about nightmares? Great designs, that seems crazy. I am never going to watch Nightmare on Elm Street with my kids. And I'm not saying that, whatever, it turned out perfectly fine. But doesn't that seem crazy? RoboCop, I mean, all these other ones. My parents were very overprotective as far as me leaving the house, but very lax as long as I was at home. Well, I'm just saying, Nightmare on Elm Street is specifically is a horror movie about nightmares, and nightmares are what I'm worried about with, as far as movies go, I don't care about adult themes in movies. It makes my kids ask questions. I can talk to my kids about it. If sex and drugs are brought up in movies, they ask about them or we talk about them. All of those things are good things to cover. Your kids should know about that stuff. Arguably, there's a time that's too young, but for the most part, as long as you're willing to have the conversations with your kids, whatever themes are in a movie, you can kind of work your way through. My worry with my kids is that I watch something that gives them nightmares or night terrors, something that makes it where they can't sleep and they get scared. Those are different to me. Well, and there's movies they're not going to care about. Only kidding. My kids are not going to watch Basic Instinct because, well, they're 6 and 7 and 8. You know, I want that coin. It's going to disappear. That did. That's crazy to me, Grand Designs. What a legend. What a legend. Watching Nightmare on Elm Street at 6 years old. What's up, Professor Retro? How'd you sneak in here? You're way too tall to be that sneaky. That's that weird sideways banana. I don't need to play this game anymore.
Here we go. Cape
Even though the whole idea is to practice the end of the game, I hate it. I hate it. I don't understand the weird sideways banana. I brought it up before. We've looked at it. Somehow, my controller, I'm holding down. I rotate over to down and left, and the down input goes away. I'm smearing my thumb on the controller and rotating it over. There's no reason the down input should go away, and somehow it does. And I don't know why. And I get that weird boomerang that shoots directly left. You saw it. You saw it here first. All right, we're going to retry the no reset tomorrow. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do 9 a couple times because that's really where it matters. Let's just do 9 a couple times. That's where it really matters. And we'll get the practice in that we need. Oh, I turned save states off. Oops. No. So this is the farthest I've been. I went to go in this door and a bubble turned directly around and hit me. That was the hit on Friday. There was no damage to that room right there. Completely my fault. And something I will never, ever, ever do again. I missed the bus. Let's do three Palace 9s without damage. That'll be the goal. Be good practice. Yeah, 999. Warm it up, Cruz! Actually, before we do this...
Good morning, buttholes.
Hey, Chris, remind me, after we get through this, we need to open... Chris has got to send me a package. And I know what it is a little bit now, and I think it's awesome. So, you guys know that we do a cart guessing game. Well, Chris sent me a Nintendo game, but he said he wasn't sure if it was good for the cart guessing game because it's a game that I already have. And you may think to yourself, well, why would he send you a game that you already have? You're trying to collect all the carts. Well, if you already have it, it seems wasteful. Well, he sent me a CIB, so a complete in box game. I'm trying to get a full collection for NES Fest. It'll travel with me to NES Fest. It'll be on displayed. It'll be a photo background, a backdrop, so people can get their photo taken in front of the NES wall. It'll be the games that people play so that we can beat all of the games. All of that stuff will be, is why I'm collecting all the games. But for the games that I've done no damage challenges of, I want to get a complete in box that's mine on my wall. I'll have a display of my CIBs, but they'll be the only ones I care about are games that I've done no damage challenges of. So we can do the guessing game with Chris's game because we know that it's a game that I've done a no damage challenge of, and we know it's a CIB that I don't have. Now, I wonder, Chris, if we should use the same number of spins, because that may be too much information. If you give us 5 spins, we only have to choose between 45 games or so. That's true, Grand Designs, and I don't have that one either. Don't do it yet. That could be the one that the one that Chris sent over. What if we heat sealed Tubin in a box of another game? I would, what would I do? I would never know. So go ahead. I would never know. I don't plan on ever... If I had a sealed game, I would never open it. Deal it, Narc. Also a terrible game. We actually have had a crazy amount of generosity from some of you guys in chat. I've got a bunch of games to go through for the guessing game. There's still a handful from EP that sent them over, and then the ones that Chris sent over, not Chris, but the one that Chris sent over, and then the ones that No Life sent over. It's been pretty crazy. We have one sealed game though, but only because it was signed on the shrink wrap, so I can't open it. What game's that? Common sense is not telling people where you live or where you're at, right? Yeah, I have a P.O. box that people send things to. There's some in the chat, like Chris. Chris and I have known each other for quite a long time now, and we've sent things back and forth. So Chris does know where I'm at. Oh, it's Adam's family? Who signed it? You better keep them, Jamich. Oh, really? That's not the person I would have thought. That's who I thought it would be. It was Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, No Life, I feel like your handle is ironic like mine. I'm very busy person. I keep myself very busy. I'm not slacking very often at all. And I feel like your No Life is similar to that as well. Proved by your collection. I still bummed out, Grand Designs, that I wasn't able to come down and get my copy of Punch-Out signed. That sucks. Oh, nice save. Good save. I should have waited. I should wait there and try to kill one more like. Or one of the likes. Everyone but looked up in surprise when I told him I beat it damageless. Oh yeah? Mm-hmm. He's moving. Yipe! That was close. That was a really tricky movement pattern from that guy. Yeah. Ben B82? Man, thank you for the 2 months. 4 months. 4 months.
Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji.
Was a little out of position there. All right. That is... Let's Palace... Well, we're not going to listen to the... Well, we'll just do this. Just to touch the lady. Touch a lady. Not going to listen to that end music. So that was one clean playthrough of Palace 9. We need to do at least 3 clean playthroughs.
Receive Stephen.
I think while Chris is here, we should look at this. Now, Chris, in this box, is it wrapped up? Probably not. So I can't open this box until we guess, right? I've been wanting to know what's in this package all weekend. Combination of monkey shit. Tell it how it is, Stevie. You should get a Chris. You should get a job taping things. You're a hell of a taper.
You got a pretty mouth, boy.
And that. Okay. It's wrapped in Christmas wrap inside the box. Oh, is it really? All right. That's fun. Yes, honey. I did not feed the bean, but walk.
That's the power of these dubs.
Yeah, you wrapped it. Isn't that fun? Did you sort the boys
How much
out?
did they pay you to spy on us?
$2.15.
That's not a place.
Okay.
That's not a place. What do you think of this? Isn't this gross? Don't step on my controller.
Absolutely.
Go over to the other side.
I want to talk.
Oh my gosh.
Grinding.
Okay.
We were literally trying to.
Try harder to lose.
It was the one where you have the peril where I literally and
it's him.
Oh, at least we all died. But let me tell you what happened. Rolled one, found the hit, got us. And then he went 5 more. Got us. He won. And then after he bought his star, like and then he found another, bought another.
I don't know what any of that means. I don't play. But he was winning. By the sounds of it, he was not always losing.
But when he came back, he.
Oh, he's been back to play again.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Bucky.
Oh, those are the other games that were set. I haven't been through all. Do a guessing game. You're not going to Dutch Village. That's not an actual. She's right. She's right. Oh, you're behind me. This doesn't work. You're supposed to be over there. I got to get all this cleaned out so you can stand on the right
I
side.
believe it.
Okay. Have fun. Kids will enjoy that. Perfect. Are you taking them all?
I'm not taking. I'm on my sister.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. I thought you.
Have to work.
Okay. Up top.
Hi, Sharon. Have we ever seen how much?
Yeah, it's been a full day of me being wrong. That's not true. We've had great conversations today. Stop lying. You've got 3 minutes. Get out of here.
No, I'm not. And I'm hurt.
Okay. Yeah, well, because they're going to be there 3 hours late. Did she leave? She just delayed it.
We probably won't be. I've got 23.
Bye, honey. Well, anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to open a game. So, greatest elbow on Twitch. Did I not release the dubs? Yeah, I'll release a few dubs.
Receive Stephen.
So, Chris, how many guesses do we get? This is your, or how many spins of the wheel do we get? You have to come up with it. What are we doing here? What's the thing that we're doing? Streamlabs. Streamlabs is what gives me the wheel. Let's go 3 spins. Three. Normally it's 5, but we normally have 300 games, so 3 spins makes more sense. He's got to run out of bullets. If I stump you again, can I join a college class that's full and be allowed to turn my work in late? Beep, beep. My wife says no. No to that. EP, we could do another one of your games too. We got to get through them. You sent like 8 games. How many games did you send? Like the bot, you got a bunch of games left in there. Alert. No. I need widgets. The wheel. And wheel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to spin the wheel. Chris H. Games has sent me what is a beautiful package. Chris, you have a marvelous package. It's quite soft in my hands. And in there is a Nintendo game in a box. I collect complete in box games of the games I've done without damage. Let me get you the ones that I have. Chrissy! Currently, I have a modest complete in box collection out of the 50 flawless games, I have a Kung Fu, Adventure of Link, Faxanadu, this frickin' turd, Zelda, which I don't even deserve this one yet, so that one's not even on the list, and then Yars. So, out of those games, the other games that can be added are all of the games I have in my Flawless Ness playlist, okay? Spin the wheel! Spin the wheel. How many hits on the run? Over 1? Die hacks, I quit. Number of letters in the title, and this is going to give it away. Pretty much going to give it away. Let us know what it is, Chris. Number of letters in the title. I wrapped it with thought, caring and love like a gentleman. I bet you did. We're gonna go all 3 spins, and then we're gonna guess as a friendship. I'll Vanna White it again. I used old paper. Tastes old. No, not you, no wife. So, hey, Chris, I need a number of letters in the title of the game. 8 letters in the title. Spin the wheel. So it's got 8 letters in the title. Do you have an inventory in the game? Can you open up said inventory? So a menu that allows you to change and look at stuff. Sandman, that should be great. Let's take Multibot and throw it out and reload Multibot back in. Maybe then, and only then, will it not be stupid. Try Flawless Ness again. Maybe we'll get it there. There's an inventory. There we go. Those are the games it could be. There's an inventory of items you can use. There's an inventory of items. Okay, so there is an inventory of items you can use. All right, 8 letters. Inventory of items. Not Metroid. Oh, one more spin. The wheel. Punch Out's not that. It's not Silver Surfer. It's not Rygar. Now we know you play as. Well, Punch Out has 8 letters. Is it Punch Out? There's no inventory. All right, what do you play as? Not Battle Chodes. Ooh, well, it's not Mega Man 2's got a number, and it's not Top Gun, Snake Rattle and Roll, Jackal, Bionic Commando. It's Nasty Axe. Guys, it's Nasty Axe. The only one that fits. Nasty Axe doesn't have an inventory. Never mind. EP. I already have a Faxana do it. Astyanax doesn't have an inventory. What do you play as? Double Dragon. Okay, so it's not Batman. It's not Ninja Turtles. It's not Kung Fu. It's not Castlevania. Contra. Not DuckTales. It's one too many letters. Not Jaws or Metroid. Chip and Dale too many. None of the Marios. River City Ransom. Rygar. Russian Attack. So, Punch Out, but it doesn't have. And Darkwing Duck. Street Fighter. Fester's Quest. Silver Surfer. Marble Madness. Oh, Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke doesn't have an inventory either. What did he say? I'm not seeing the game on the list you pulled up. Chris, I've beat it without damage. 8 letters. You have an inventory. Gunsmoke has an inventory? No, not an inventory you pull up. You can switch your guns, but it doesn't have an inventory. Like, you can't pull up an inventory and check things. Let's go with no inventory. Well, you're saying it's not on the list? Hold up. Oh, what was the one that I just did? What was the one that I just did? It may not be on there yet. There's one I just did. And we got to get the answer, Chris, is what you play as. I got play as. So do you play, are you a spaceship? Are you a battle toad? It's Solstice. It's Solstice. Do you have an inventory in Solstice? You do have an inventory. It's Solstice. Yeah, it's not on the list because I haven't updated it yet. Oh, cool. You are a great guesser. He didn't even tell you. We didn't even have to know that you play as a wizard. Oh, nice. Ooh, it's doubly wrapped in bubbles. Chris, why'd you do Solstice? Did you find it? Did you have an extra one? Oh, look at that box art on that baby. That's in really nice shape, bud. What made you, there's, yeah, it's in really good shape. Maybe not mint. There's a little bit of corner box damage down there, which I don't worry about. I'm not worried about that in the collection. I mean, a lot of my games are not in the greatest shape at all. The idea is just having the box for the games that I've done in the no damage challenges. It's the only idea, and this definitely qualifies. That box art is cool. You're a great guesser. Aren't we good guessers? Well, you got, for that little amount of games, Chris, and the fact that it was down to 8 letters. I mean, there was only so many options. So did you happen to have an extra copy, or did you end up stumbling upon it, or what was your reasoning? Just curious. You don't even have to tell me. Keep your secrets then. Keep your secrets then, Chris. All right, where do I want to put these? I gotta set these somewhere. I'm gonna set these right here. I found it from a local game store and told them about the streamer and Flawless Ness. Gave me a great deal. Plus, I like you. Shit. Well, thanks, Chris. Were you here this morning when we were talking about Midwest? I hope to see you again at Midwest. I hope we get a chance to hang out. I think we should go, we should spend one night, a small group, eating pizza at TBS Chasers. I think that's a fun tradition to start. You got CIB, Wizards and Warriors, and Dr. Mario. Nice. I needed to renew my Prime sub until an ad started playing. Oh, that's all right, Ian. All right, I think we should do one more while we're here. Let's do... Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's do this one. The hint that we get on the package is that it's a rare variant. We need EP to be in chat, though. Which I think EP was here earlier. Yeah, because EP guessed Faxanadu. Now, before we get started with this, I'm going to ask EP, would you be willing, because YouTube tends to be really behind, so it takes you a long time to hear what I'm saying, and it takes you a long time to answer. Would you be willing to reach out to someone in the Discord that's on Twitch and tell them the game? Maybe someone that doesn't care about playing, so they can answer the questions and we don't have as much downtime. If not, no worries. We'll just go with the downtime. No Life says, Wayne Gretzky's hockey, white jersey, no logo variant. Well, I don't know. Let's start spinning, and we'll let EP decide after we get to spinning. Spin the wheel! All right, so starting off, ladies and gentlemen, can you attack? Oh, you're on the phone today. Maybe this will be a little bit faster. EP, can you attack in the game? For those that don't know, EP has sent me a game. This game is a game that I do not have in my Nintendo collection. There's a link in the, there's a link, and also No Life has a list there of games that I don't have that is in the Collector's Paradise on the Discord. Our goal as a chat is to guess what game is in here. We only get one guess, but we get 5 spins of the wheel. EP says, I'm not sure if it's rare. That's why it's a question mark. All right, EP, we need to know whether or not you can attack. You beat Little Mermaid too. I did beat Little Mermaid, no damage. Is that not on the list? We're over 50. We did Little Mermaid and Solstice. But all the copies look different that I have seen. I'm very interested. When I think of variant labels, I think of Metroid. Let's get a different background game here. Let's go to Yo. That's a good game. And won't break or anything. I can open up the actual game. Well, then I'll get my dirty, greasy fingers all over it. I'll get my dirty, greasy fingers. Want music? No. No. We'll move. EP, can you attack? It's, yeah, can't. Well, I didn't spell it right, but. Go! Dooby-dooby-doo. Matt, the game that we got was Chris H. Games sent over a CIB, or a complete in box copy of Solstice. I am collecting complete in boxes for the games I've done flawless challenges of. So this is a CIB. The box is in great shape. The only spot of the box that has anything is this bottom corner has got a small dent in that. But other than that, it's probably the best looking CIB that I have. And got that. It's got the manuals as well as what is an absolutely flawless game cartridge. That's very cool. It also has the, like I said, it also has the manual and what would have come in there, which is the advertisement that goes in there. And this manual's all crispy as well. Those are less important for me. I use CIB as the term, but really I'm more just box copy. If I can get everything that goes with the box, awesome. But it's more, for me, it's more about having a copy within the box. If I don't get all of the included things, it won't break my heart. But getting the included things is icing on the cake. And I know that when I say CIB and I don't have all the things, I'm incorrect. It's only a CIB if it is complete in box, which means it has everything that it would have came with. I say CIB because it's just a term and I should use it more accurately. A boxed copy. Yeah, it was Solstice. It wasn't tubing. Sniff the manual. That's the good stuff. So that would be a no. All right. In this game, you cannot attack. No attack. That's good. All right. Spin the wheel. CIB now means cartridge in box. Yeah. Aberax. No. Abaxis. Braxis. Braxass. Saying it wrong. All right. Is it or does it have a sequel? Is the next one. Abra works. Oh, abracadabra. Abracadabra. The Magician. The Magician. Anyone else blown away that people keep NES games preserved in the box? You know, it's surprising to me. Oh, it is a sequel. Okay, a sequel that you can't attack. Right off the top, I'm thinking Lolo, the puzzle games. That would be cool. I think I have one Lolo, but I don't have, I mean, there's a bunch of those. But I'm sure there's other ones. But that should narrow, that's a good one. That should narrow it down. We got to start thinking, guys. Remember, we only get one guess. All right, so View. EP, View is it a top-down view? Is it a side-scrolling view? Is it isometric view, like at that 3D on the angle? So think about it as side-scrolling, or like Zelda is meant to be like quasi 3D, or straight top-down, like Mission Impossible, or what's more well-known? Oh, you can attack in Lolo games with the egg. You're right. So it has a sequel. You cannot attack. I love these games. These are fun. Man, no attack sequels. That should narrow it down. Jeopardy. It changes in the game. Okay, so the view changes throughout the game. So you need to give us the views that it has. Ooh, goal 2. I have goal 1. EP, maybe you don't even have to give us that. I have goal 1, goal 2. It's a soccer game, obviously, goal. Let's give it another spin. EP, if you can't quantify the view, let's not worry about it. Save password. Does it have a saving system, a password system? Can you, all right, so more top down. Can you save your progress? So it's not just based off of continues. So if it was like a chess game, maybe chess is a thought here. You can't, well, in chess you can kind of attack, but it would only be game for game. You can't save your progress. Save or password. Okay, it does have a save or password, and it's top down, but it changes. Top down changes, sequel, no attack, saves and passwords, and it could be a variant on the thing. Ooh, baseball stars or bases loaded. Damage, I have both Tecmo Bowls. I have Tecmo Bowl and Tecmo Super Bowl, so it's not that one. Yes to the save system. All right, baseball stars. We need a good one here that can eliminate some sports games, because it does sound like we're on the sports game train. LOL. Tecmo Hyper Bowl. Can you jump? This should be good. Well, because in some sports games you can jump, but you wouldn't be able to jump in the baseball games. I'm guessing you can't jump, but let's find out. Can you jump? Well, no, see, that's the thing, Chris. He says that we didn't Murphy correctly. I feel like we need to at least get his take on Papa Murphy's. What kind? And I never thought in 1988 you should keep the box intact. Neither did I. So baseball stars and bases loaded are still in it if they have saves and passwords. As long as you're diving for a plate, doesn't count as jumping. DP says, I don't think so. So we're going with no-ish for jumping. You can jump in catches for baseball stars. All right, Warlord Zen has got it. You can not attack. No attack, Warlord Zen. Oh, you've got it. Can you attack? No. Okay, can you attack? No. It is a sequel, yes. View, it changes, but it's top down. Save, yes. Can you jump? No. See, Chris, I'm with you on that, but I feel like we have to give it a chance. All right, guys, what do we think? And it could be a different variant of the image. I'm trying to research a little bit. This is a tricky one. The variant is a big hint. Matt says I gave you a bonus spin. Oh, you just told me to spin again. Doesn't work. There is a way to get a bonus spin if within 5 cheers meaning bits in Twitch, if we get 5-bit donations that equal greater than the value of the cart, we get an extra spin. If it's greater than the value, we learn 2 things. We learn that it's we learn how much the price is on price charting, as well as the extra spin. If it's less than the value of the cart, we still learn one thing. We learn the value of the cart. It's more than what we get in cheers. No life. Hearing $5.26. How about Tetris? I have Tetris. SB game I don't have. So, no life. Do I have Tetris 2? Tetris does not change the screen, and I would not say it's a top-down game. Does not change the screen, not top-down. Ladies and gentlemen, we need 4 more bit donations. They can be little as you want. Dragon Warrior 2? You can attack in Dragon Warrior games. So I have a Tetris 2, I believe. Oh, $5.62 was bases loaded. Guys, which means if it is bases loaded, we only need 4 more cheers of like pennies just to get our 5 in. So went with that. Yeah, I like that. Jaggy Man, that's what I'm talking about. We just need a couple more bits. That way we know that it's not bases loaded. Oh, wait, yeah, bases loaded is not top down, though. That's the weird part, is top down. Well, but he says the view changes, and maybe bases loaded's not top down because you're behind the player. It can't be bases loaded. But we can still rule out some. It has a top down view. Yeah, once you hit. So, Chad, I was thinking Lolo as well, but Lolo, you can attack with the egg. Lolo, you can attack with the egg. Captain Dusty Muffin, thank you so much for the 1 bit. We need 2 more bit donations to seal in our price. Warlord's End with 1 bit. Rad Racer 2, but does it have a save feature? That's a good one. Hey, Chris! Hold on. So, so Chris got his bit donation of $10 in. Should we count that? Very close. We'll have to ask EP because it's actually the 6th bit donation. So it shouldn't count because we only take 5 because Sandman came in with 35 bits. So technically the question is to EP. Exactly, that's the 6th cheer. The question is the value of the game on price charting more than $5.95? No, because it would be exactly $6. Yep. So EP, is the value of the game on price charting less than $6? Flat. cheater. Yeah, stop swearing. Is it less than $16? I'd give it to you, Chris. I think that it was lag that caused that. Bubble Bobble, you can attack with the bubbles, right? And it's not top down. I'm gonna have to does this play the, how long does it play the intro here? Yeah, right. In Bubble Bobble, you should be able to jump too. Yeah, right. And we have jump as no-ish. No-ish. It's higher, but for the other variant. Well, I think we should get that one. Or no, I guess we shouldn't. Okay, here, no, this is good. We don't get we do not get another, all right, this is really good. We don't get another spin, but we can look at price charting and look for, because this variant may be more than $6, but he's saying that the other variant is not. So we can go to price charting and then sort by price. And we're looking for something under $6. We've got Sesame Street, we've got Golf. Goal. It could be Goal. Goal would be top down. You can save. Oh. Ooh. It could be Goal. If it is Goal, and he's sending this to me because it's a different variant, I love that. Goal was a game that is a huge childhood memory for me. I had a buddy and I played Goal. So that would be cool. It could be something like Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, because Sesame Street did different games. It could be Jeopardy Junior. It could be a Jeopardy game. I would say Jeopardy's not top down and Sesame Street's not top down. John Elway, no. Anticipation, no. Captain Skyhawk, no. Bases Loaded 2. Bases Loaded 2 is under the $6. Wheel of Fortune, but I don't know if there's a Wheel of Fortune Junior, so yeah. And Super Spike Volleyball. Okay. Oh man. So the thing is, Bases Loaded, I have 1 and 2. Bases Loaded 3 is 2. So it can either be Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy. It's got to be Bases Loaded. It's got to be Bases Loaded or Goal. The reason why I say that is because of Jump-ish. And Goal, you get a season. So in Goal, so the idea is the jump-ish, because he wasn't sure exactly of jumping. There'd be no jumping in Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune. Gotta be bases loaded 2. Now, we need to know if there's a variant. Was there a variant? Because I have the original. Here's the thing. I have the original bases loaded, bases loaded 2. I don't have goal 2. I wonder if it's goal 2 because I don't have. Oh, no, but that doesn't. No, that doesn't fit. Because goal 2 is not under $6. Oh, he said they're both higher. Oh. Well, that changes. Oh, I'm so lost then. How are we not getting this? Chat? Can you jump was no ish. Uh-oh. Track and field. Did he say the variant was in the art? It could be a 5-screw versus a 3-screw. It just says rare variant. It could be that it's that the variant is that it's a 3-screw versus a 5-screw. But Lolo 2 doesn't have saves. Yeah, and Lolo also has an attack. So it can't be Lolo. Making me bases loaded 3. Japanese version? No, it's an NES cart. It's not a Japanese cart. RBI baseball. RBI baseball. Maybe we're wrongly stuck on sports game. That's a good point. It's pronounced ribby baseball. of label change due to copyright. Yeah, I mean, you think about Punch Out and stuff like that. What about Fire and Ice? Fire and Ice. Yeah, you gotta stop getting on Lolo. It's definitely not that. Fire and Ice is the sequel. That's all right. That works. The sequel is it a sequel or does it have a sequel? Both of them. And the answer is yes. It is either a sequel or it has a sequel. Because the thing on the wheel just says sequel. Tetris is good, but it's not a top-down. And Jump, maybe? Yeah, Burger Time, no sequel. Why are we having such a hard time with this? I'm trying to research. Who makes the wolf howl? Nintendo, 60 months. Nintendo, we need your help.
Good morning. 60 quick short months. That's got to be one nipple sucky robot shy of a year. Mule Hyena.
Rad Racer 2. So does Rad Racer have a variant? Does Rad Racer, you jump possibly? Could you save? It's top down. It's a sequel. No saves in Rad Racer. We don't even have to look at that.
Hello, nurse.
You say RBI baseball? Come on, I just want the music. Can we remove the big wheel? Sure. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't have any of the RBI games. I don't think I have any of them. So that would make sense. No, the price check clue, we fell short of the only way you get an extra spin is if the 5-bit cheers are higher than the value. We were lower. So we learned that it's not less than $6. If Chris had got his in a little bit earlier, we'd be all right. There's a bunch of Tenjin. This is not a Tenjin cart. They're saying there's an RBI baseball that's a gray label. Tenjin? Tenjin? I call NES Tetris. It could be because I don't have Tetris 2. But Tetris isn't top down. Well, I guess. Well, PLB, it's not Tetris 1 because I don't think there was a variant of Tetris 1. And I have it. Black cartridge versus gray cartridge. Oh, I see what you're saying. But I don't think there was a black Tenjin. But that's not a variant. Well, I guess it is. Ah, how is it that this is so difficult? I am stumped. So, it's pricey too. There is a black Tenjin cart that's Tetris, but that's not the one this is. This game is too hard. We're not letting EP win again. He already beat us on the last one. He already beat us on the last one. Well, but Ian, you say Tetris isn't top down. What is it? It's not any direction. We assume we're looking at it this way because the pieces are falling, but he said it has multiple views. That's what makes me think baseball. Baseball just makes sense. And I don't think Bases Loaded had any extra variants. It would have to be RBI baseball. Yeah, the implementation of gravity. That makes sense. Oh, I die? I'm going with RBI baseball, I think. Because RBI baseball has a gray cartridge variant that's rare. It's a less common gray cartridge version exists. I think RBI baseball. What do you guys think? And this is the licensed gray cart that's less common. I'm thinking RBI baseball. What happens if we miss? You eat the cart. If we miss, we don't get EP gets an armor in the take it outside game. You gotta stump me, but he's already stumped me once. I'm pretty sure that's passwords. You guys ready? We suck forever. That's actually it. Never mind. Ian's got it right. I forgot. So if we miss, we as a community suck forever. Like, we can't ever stop sucking. Are you guys ready? Anybody have any other thing smart to say? Right now, we need other smart things to say. Warlord Zen says, I don't think RBI has saves. Passwords. We're going with passwords. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Hey! Hey, it is! Yeah, we were right! Warlord Zen, suck it! Suck it, we were right! Nice! Hell yeah! Cool. It's got a little tear in the bottom corner, but that's fine. It's also got KC on it, so this comes from the same collection. Hold on. This is starting to point towards EP. EP, do you write on your carts? KC? KC, are you a cart writer, EP? King's Knight doesn't have any writing on it. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I thought you just chucked the game over. No, especially because well, what's the variant? What is the what does that add to the price tag? We gotta go to price sharding. Good old one shoe. Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome. It's not the black cart, right? It's the other one. The gray one. Oh, nice. So wait, oh, the black one's the rare one. Oh, so it's, oh, nice. It was a Tengen. Yeah, Tengen game. It's a Tengen game, but it is the, they did it in a gray cart. I keep dying in this game. It's fine. Oh, black $7. Oh, fantastic. Well, to be honest with you, I would much rather the gray cart because it just fits in with everything. But you would start if possible. No, your coworker is KC. Oh, you should, EP, next time you see your coworker, you have a couple options. Either a good sturdy noogie and say, stop writing on NES games, or you can give him purple nurple, which is good. Horse bite, which is you take your finger like this, and then you want to like pinch his skin and then pull. Call that a horse bite, or a flat tire. Those are your options for the next time that you see him. I'll say him again. You either give him a good sturdy noogie. No, Jagger, no, it's not. That's not. It's overboard for this. What just fell? Oh, the pen. Sturdy noogie. Horse bite, flat tire, or purple nurple. Purple nurple. You could argue that purple nurple is overboard as well. You could argue that. They also made a variant, a gray nurple. We're stupid. All right, we have some decisions to make now. I mean, we could continue to play the cart guessing game, but I like doing it occasionally. I think it's fun to do one every day. The other thing, oh, we've got to get, never mind. We've got to do more practice. So we don't have to get into anything else yet. I'm struggling because I really want to get Zelda done. Buffet. But we really should start a new project. And we've got Shatterhand, so it makes the most sense to keep going with Shatterhand. Though I don't feel like, I don't feel super all in about Shatterhand. Now, I do need to do a little bit more practice on Ninja Gaiden, because I'm going to do one more Ninja Gaiden video this Wednesday. You never finished Gumshoe? Oh, it's finished. Oh, so Casey is a female, so the purple nurple's out. Purple nurple is out. Gotcha. Flat tire is probably the best bet. EP, I would go with a flat tire. Fish in the mailbox. Think the other games are easier to guess? Oh, so we got some of the hard ones out of the way? That's the wrong thing. Well, EP, thank you for sending those over. It's been a blast. And whenever you get over to Twitch, we can get you. Oh, I did that too early. There we go. We can get you your shats, and then that way we can get you your cart or the Take It Outside game, because you did stump us once. Oh, Warlord Zen, that's not a flat tire. No. Not an actual flat tire. No, the flat tire as in when you walk behind them and you step on the back of their shoe and you pull the back of their shoe down. Yeah, frosted pears. Yeah. Not an actual flat tire. No, that's too much. Too much. Yeah, Ace Ventura does the flat tire. Full tutorial. Flat tire. That's funny. Yeah, note to self, don't cross Warlord Zen. He's going to let the air out of your... Are you serious? Jeepers creepers. Oh, you rode on your cart with Sharpie. I'm going to let the air out of your tires. Jeez. I got your starter wire sheet. Hey, Warlord Zen, quick question for your face. You remember I sent you a Switch a while ago that didn't work at all? My kids have since messed the Switch up that they have. What they did was they acted like children and have dropped it on the ground too many times. As well as, I think what it is the charge port. So it's no longer charging because I think that they aggressively jam it onto the dock. They're too aggressive while docking. Maybe the one that I sent you has a good porthole for when you charge it. You think that's a thing that could be a thing? Like, how difficult would it be to diagnose that? Because my kids have been complaining about them not having a Switch, and my response to them is, well, you broke your Switch. You made your bed, now lie in it. My wife says I'm too mean. Is if something is in the port. I've done the basic thing. The port is soldered. I always say soldered. Who says soldered? Who says soldered? And it is not an easy fix. Gross. Well, maybe Warlord Zen, maybe the one that I sent you has an easy fix that just needs something from the one with the worn out porthole. You know what I mean? Portfolio. How are you able to get the magic sword with only 3 hearts? I cheated. What What do you mean, with only 3 hearts? I have 0 hearts. Dying. What do you mean only 0 hearts? I have full hearts. Cheating, Cranberry, cheating, very cheating. This is a ROM hack that allows you to practice this game. Allows you to change things on the fly. It's just a practice thing. It's very cheating. Some may call it very cheating. Those people could shut up. I don't have high hopes as that one was taken apart. Oh, okay. Well, that's Ugly Owls, so. They're saying that the best option is to just get a different Switch. Fair. How can I get their saves and stuff off of the one? I guess, does Nintendo keep track of their profiles? So if I logged into a different Switch with their Nintendo profiles, would it keep track of all of their saves and things? Do you have an online account? I don't know. Don't ask me hard questions. They're kids. They can redo it all. That's that weird sideways throw again. Penetrator! That's my superhero name, the Penetrator. Oop, missed that clock. I don't think I want the clock anyways. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. And another penetrator. Multiple. Okay. So I need to go up and then direct. Oh, no. Okay. You can go right through him? Weird. Like the pasta noodle, Courtney? The penne crater? Screenshot. Listen to the new ending music in this game. Wouldn't that have been so great? Back to the what you want. Like, oh yeah, this is how I started, and the goosebumps. You like betray penne, the pasta. Yeah, right, exactly. Exactly. What is the traditional sauce that you put penne noodles in? Because you can put it in the wrong sauce. You know, put it where it doesn't belong. You are a penne treat. Get it, Courtney? If you beat Ganon damageless and run, accidentally bump into the fire guarding Zelda. I don't see it ever happening. Pesto? Yeah, I don't see that happening. I would be very upset. But I don't see it happening. All right, that's 2 9s in a row. Rocket sauce. Ba, 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 ba. Wow. Mm-hmm. I feel like I really need to watch the rest of the Friday the 13th movies now. I had a good time watching those at movie night. We got through 3 of them. Which is better, your Ganon fight or crack fight? Both most proud of, and oh, Ganon fight's better than Kraid fight. I would say it's also better for casuals. That's a tricky question. There are 2 more this year? That's dumb. There's already too many of them. We have another Friday the 13th in March. That's why you asked. Really? There's another one in March? That's fantastic. How many does it take to get to Jason X? Unless it's leap year, March always falls on the same days as February. Really? Jason X is the 10th. After Jason goes to hell. Well, we don't get a chance then to get there. I don't know if I'm doing anything that day. We could do like an all-day marathon. We don't normally do that for Jason movies or other movies like that. Oh, I don't switch yet. I just get a follow from some dad. What does it say? Ray, I got all the way to the end. Ray, thank you for the follow, Ray. But there it is. I love it. The longer it takes, Ray, the better. The longer it takes, the better. The longer it takes, the more satisfying you are when it happens. Right. It just took me a while to recognize the name until I saw Ray at the end. You know. Someone said they're proud of me. Sassy says that she's proud of me. We're staying awake for three movies. Legendary status, Sassy. And I also didn't get pulled over by the police. So that's good. I know it sounds weird. It sounds weird to think, well, slackinator. Why would you be proud of yourself for not being pulled over by the police during movie night? That seems absurd. And I would say I'm proud because not everybody made it through movie night without being pulled over by the police live. So if you guys think that you don't want to be part of movie night, it's crazy. Oh my, tell me more. Sure will, Chado. So in this movie night, as we are watching the movie, drinking of the alcohol and spreading joyous words of camaraderie, we hear into the live stream chat, license and registration, please. And we hear Spiffy struggle to shut off the live stream chat. He must have been having the live stream chat going while he was driving, and he got pulled over. It's great. We do need to make Spiffy's intro. He said he wasn't worried about getting pulled over. All he was worried about is the awful things that we were saying, because obviously we're watching a horror movie. We're talking about how people are getting murdered, and we kept commenting every time someone would come onto the movie. Girls would come on with, you know, they take their clothes off, whatever. We're always like nipple, nipple, nipple. So a combination of nipples and murder while playing loud while he's being pulled over. Oh my gosh. No, we're going to get the... Well, actually, we're going to do the two that I had. But the intros don't work yet. When the intros work, we're definitely doing it. But essentially, in the Discord, what we were doing was his intro will be a combination. It will be significant. Where's the sounds at? Yeah, it'll be this.
Or no.
Oh, you can't even hear the, did I turn that sound up? You guys can't hear it. Or nor. Man, that movie night was so much fun. How quickly is it to shut off? Yeah, I wouldn't want to be mistaken for reaching for something. Yeah, it's just the sound of police sirens, and then we were throwing onto it the sound of someone going or nor. We'll get it as soon as the sounds are back up. So sometime in 2027. Nipple Murder would be a good band name. Then we had a hilarious Minecraft. Oh, what happened in Minecraft? Oops, that's too early. Rick serenaded us. Did he fall asleep and snore? Is that what it was? Everyone's missing out. Oh, he didn't? Then what did he do? Weevilo of Doom. How about you now, buddy? How does it feel to be smaller again? Weevil of Doom just spent half a lifetime in Texas. Bet you feel good to be home. Chud. Weevil of Doom, you missed one heck of a movie night. I hate to rub it in. I was just talking about it. Let me finish this game up. I was just talking about what happened on the movie night. So let me replay it while I defeat this man-bear pig. So we're all watching Friday the 13th. The 13th. And having a grand old time. And as always, we're saying ridiculous things, right? So we're talking about how the movie is and how they're murdering. For a while there, we were talking about how the murderer was actually a doctor, and they were just trying to practice appendectomies. And we were making jokes about how, oh, the appendix isn't there. What are they doing? The appendix is not there. So with all of this, and then there was lots of talks of drinking and the like. And as we're watching the movie, we hear clear as day in the chat, license and registration, please. And then we hear, I mentioned something. I'm like, is somebody getting pulled over? And you could hear Spiffy trying to like make sounds, and he said something like one moment or whatever, and come to find out he was listening to the live stream while driving home, gets pulled over, and is struggling to stop the chaos banter of us idiots drinking and watching Friday the 13th. Stop it playing, whether it's playing out of his speakers or whatever it was doing. It's hilarious. So he missed out on that. It was a good time. Wait a second. Oh, Chud. There, that's where it says Chud. I was wondering why. I couldn't figure out where you wrote Chud. They haven't called me anything in a while, but today I shall be known as Chud. Sounds like you missed a lot. It was a good one. It was a good one. And we watched 3 of the Friday the 13th movies, and I didn't even fall asleep once. Raspinall, that's the kind of thing that I was thinking, is I'm sure he had us over the speaker. No, the shore marathon's going to have to be, so we had so much fun with the Friday the 13th, and I guess next month there is another Friday the 13th. So it kind of makes sense to do it again next month, but I really want to do the shore marathon. So it was a bummer. That stinks. So when can we do the shore marathon? Let me look at what it would have to be early. Maybe at the end of this month. So let's look here. Maybe like the 27th. Not this Friday, but the following Friday. That way we free ourselves up to also do the Friday the 13th marathon next month. Not marathon, but the Friday the 13th movie night. You're traveling again? That is loose. Did you tell your job? I mean, I guess I could talk to him at the next meeting I go to because I work there because you promised me a job. So I have one. I have to have one. I haven't been given any assignments yet for my job that I have that is with them, the people that you work with and for and stuff. So I could probably tell them if you want me to tell them that that's a bit much traveling. Weevil of Doom, that they need to knock it off. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. You're spending 8 days in LA. In LA. Well, that's probably not as gross. You're going to be close to the dorks. Oh, that'll be good. Yeah, you absolutely should. Oh my gosh, that is such a fun time I'm missing out on. Weevil of Doom, you'll be right there in stabbing distance to Sassy and Nintendork. I wanna go. You guys could get together for movie night. Weevil of Doom, you could just do movie night at the Dorks. Or not at, like, maybe you guys could go somewhere. Exactly what Courtney says right here. Together. All right, next up, I want to look at Ninja Gaiden one more time. Not one more time. Obviously, I'm going to continue to look at Ninja Gaiden. Hey, you guys probably already know this, but do you ever wonder why you get sent from this fight back to the beginning of 6-1? You ever wonder why? It's because of the way that the code works. I mean, obviously, it's because of the way the code works. That's a stupid thing for me to say. But the way that the code works is, Navard, it's not lazy coding. The crazy part is it's on purpose. The code specifically writes for you to go back to 6-1, and there's a variable in memory that houses that, and you can change it. Like you can change it so it goes to the right spot, meaning they specifically said for it not to. The way that it works is actually kind of interesting. Every stage in the game, so you start off on 1-1, then there's the boss. Then you go to 2-1 and 2-2, and then there's the boss. Each one of them has a numerical value. 1-1 is 0. And then the boss is 1. And then 2-1 is 2. And 2-2 is 3. And the boss of 2 is 4. It increments up. That is keeping track every time you go forward. If you die on a boss fight, it just subtracts 1 from that value. So if the boss of 2 is the value of 4 and you die to the boss of 2, it takes you to 3, which is 2-2. So it makes sense. It works. It's a good structure. Except for when you get to the final part of the game, the last 3 bosses are all in addition to. They all add to that. So let's say the value of 6-3 is 10. I'm just going to say it's 10. I don't know what it actually is. But let's say it's 10. Well, the clown nose, or the first boss, would be 11. So if you die to that, it would make sense for it to go back to 6-3, and it would work well. But what happens when you die to Jakio? Well, Jakio would be a value of 12, and if it went back 1, it would go to 11, which would be the clown nose fight, which you already have won. And it would put you in there, and if the clown nose is already dead, what would you soft lock there? You can't kill it to move forward. So it doesn't work. I guess they could put you there and respawn the boss, which would be a really shitty thing to do. But they needed to do something different in the code to handle the last 3 bosses. So what they have written in the code is if that value is greater than the value of 6-3, meaning you've entered the boss fights. So if 6-3 is a value of 10, they say if the value is greater than 10, then take you back to 6-1 when you die. They literally say take you back to 6-1 when they die. They could have easily said take you to 6-3. It is hard-coded to go to that value, hard-coded there. So there's a Game Genie code that fixes it. You could put in a Game Genie code that takes you back to 6-3 instead. But that means that they made the conscious decision to throw people back to 6-1, which is crazy. That's a jerk move right there. I have always wondered, well, Archimedes, that is why they did it to be assholes. Because there's no way they did it. Now, let's say they were coding and it was lazy and they're like, oh, this is how it works, but it would take a lot of work to fix. Then it's like, it does it because of this. This would have taken 0 work for them to fix. And they knew it happened. There's no way you play tested it and they're like, oh, wait, this is how it works. No, they knew it happened. It would have been easy to fix, which leads me to it was a conscious decision from the developers to punish you even more. If you die in the boss fights at the end, they send you to the beginning of 6 on purpose. Exactly. That's one more reason that the NES is hard. The developers intentionally punished you. You guys are going to go to Sizzler? I've never been to Sizzler. Rip their weenus off and send them back to the start. Now I'm so bummed. I want to be friends and have friends that do things that I like. I don't have any friends that do things that I like. Easy peasy. So I'm in a weird spot right now. I've practiced that enough that seems easy for me. Does anybody want to help me practice that and tell me how hard that fight is? I am having a ton of FOMO right now. And I'm mad because you guys don't have to, you guys are putting it in my face. Not nice. Talk about this. Who wants to help me with this game? Who wants to help me with this game? Get ready to clip this strategy. You guys ready with your clippers? Start the fight. Jump on the ledge. Now you're going to jump off of the ledge and attack and stand on the right side of the middle pillar. Once it shoots, jump up, attack, stand in the pillar. Stand right on this pillar. Then run back to the left side of this pillar. You want to jump when these fireballs are just above the pillar and you can attack there. Then you either land on the pillar and run off the right side, but you want to stand right beside the right side of the middle pillar. Then you're going to run over and stand facing left on the left side of the right pillar. Jump up and attack. Once you hear the fireballs be shot, you can run over to the left pillar. When these ones come out, you just want to jump twice. The first jump is to jump the fireballs. The second jump is to attack. Then you fall off. Jump, jump, attack, fall off. These will miss. Get back on the pillar on the left side and repeat. You're back to the beginning. Jump, full speed. Jump, jump, slice, pillar. Left side, jump, jump, slice, fall. Left side, jump and attack. Fire, wait, jump to miss, jump to attack, run off, and then back to the beginning. That is the pattern there. Somebody clip this as the pattern. Then the other way you can do it, I want someone to practice that to see how difficult that movement really is to beat it. Beat it, beat it, just beat it. You don't have to do it without taking damage. What you should do is you should count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 9. So you know where to be on each of the 9 fireballs. That way, if you get hit, you continue to count the fireballs and you can run back to where it's safe and you can always pick back up where you are on the pattern. The other way to do it, run in, jump onto this wall, get bounced onto the wall. You have to jump and do one climb. And then when Jakio comes over, you jump and bounce off to Jakio. Now you are on the wall. And what you want to do is crouch down. And when the fireballs get to you, I'm gonna do this fireball. Right there. When a fireball gets to you, you want the fireball, and this isn't really good either. You want the fireball to be, oh yes! What a pause! What a pause. You want the fireball to be at the very tip of your outstretched sword when you slice, and then stay crouched down. And then time your shots. You're gonna get hit, but as long as you practice this, Jakio will take more collateral damage than you get. And you just have to keep repeating this. And clip that as option 2. I really need some testers for this. I really need some people to test what one they think is easier to do. I know the top one seems easier right off of the start, but wall climbing here and bouncing up is not that easy. And then the timing on these shots is not super easy as well. And there's a chance that you can get knocked off this ledge. You're not going to get this every single time. With practice, you will. The main difference is all you have to do in this one is learn. All you have to do in this one is learn to get up there, and then it doesn't take any brain. Mash the button, hit the button when the fireball gets next to you. That one shines on simplicity, but it's not any easier per se. Cranberry, I would say yes. Now, with option number 1, if you don't jump and slice at the right times, you can get hit. For example, if I jump too late here, Jakio may hit me. There are bigger windows of time to jump and movement in this, but they're not as clear to see. And that's why I need people to help with that. Moto Beats, what you can do to get up there that's easier is you can jump once into Jakio and twice into Jakio. Whoops. Didn't work. Jump once, and then I gotta jump a little later. Jump twice. And then I fell off because I'm stupid. It takes more damage, but then you don't have to do a wall climb. Wall climbs are not hard. Get to the wall and hold the jump button, and then hold against the wall, like smother the D-pad with your finger and hold right, and then just wiggle the controller back and forth quickly, and you'll wall climb. And it only takes one wall climb. To make it more difficult, yes, you do it, but every time you get hit, you have to hit yourself in the crotch, but you're not allowed pausing the game. has a SP version that starts you right outside this battle. Great for you to practice these techniques. Cranberry, I'm really curious to what people think about that. I just need a couple people to look into it and say, this is more difficult, this is more difficult, this is easier. Because like I said, with this, you count fireballs. Fireball 1. 2 is here. 3 is here. 4 is here. 5 is here. 6. 7. That's 9. I'm not counting fireballs. I was just counting positions. You actually need to count fireballs. Sometimes, and I'm not going to say this because I'm tooting my own horn. This is Fireball 1. Sometimes I don't realize how difficult something is once I've practiced it. Because once I practice it, it feels easy. So, Fireball 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. And then this is back to 1. So as you're fighting Jakio, if you get hit, at any point in time, if you get hit, you're counting fireballs. Fireball 2, 5. And then you'll say, all right, I'm on Fireball 5. Fireball 6, I need to stand here. As long as you remember, and I think this is the difference. As long as you remember the fireball that you're on, if you get hit, it never matters. You can always just run to the next spot where you won't get hit again. You are more likely to complete the fight that way if you keep track of the fireballs. If you jump up on the top wall but end up missing the top wall or getting hit somewhere on the top wall and getting knocked off, you're more likely to be unsuccessful standing on the top wall than you are being unsuccessful standing on the or doing the bottom one. Moto Beats. I'm looking for ease of the kill, not damageless, because you can't do damageless on the top wall. Yeah, because you have to take damage to get up there. You can avoid all the damage on the top wall, though it is, I think it requires a frame perfect jump. One thing that I noticed that not everyone's gonna know, left wall is pretty free. Why is the left wall any more free than the other wall? It's the same thing. There's still, not that one. You can avoid that one, but this one right here, you can't avoid that one without jumping at a really precise time. So you can do this. Right here, hold on. There. You see how I jumped up in the air and got the fireballs to go out of the room? Just hanging on it, not topping it. No, Moto Beats, not unless you do some kind of slash cancels. Moto Beats, if you're doing slash cancels, sure. But anybody that's learned to slash cancel doesn't realize how hard it is because you've learned it. Slash canceling is not an easy skill. If you have it, sure. So you're talking about like hanging out on this wall and jumping off and slicing, right? I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You're talking about the technique that speedrunners will use at the beginning. But it requires either double tapping slash cancels or the other slash cancels. And in that way, I would say the skill cap needed to learn to slash cancel makes that harder than the other two options. The other two options do not require you to learn to slash cancel or hold the controller sideways. For a casual player, they're going to be a much more approachable thing. And that's one of the reasons why I think that the best option is this here. Oops, I got out of practice. That's not it either. Oh, see, now if you forget which one you're on, you could easily be screwed. All right, here we are, right here. But now I'm back in the pattern. And for somebody that's doing this, they're going to be counting out loud. That's 9. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there, 8, 9, 1. Moto beats, and that is the part that I think that that's why I need help. You say you underestimate how good you are at choreography, and that's why I'm thinking that this is harder than I'm expecting it to, or I'm thinking it is. But then if that's the case, then the easiest way to do it is going to definitely be 1 re-jump bounce. Uh-oh, see, now we're into this. And now we're almost, or we've lost half our life. Now you have to be very accurate here. That one's the one that hits you. We're going to get hit here as well. We ended up winning. I'm in a panic where those fireballs fly. The top is going to be less panic because you climb up there. You learn to climb up there, which is not super terrible. And when you get up there, you are just following that the problem is you have to, and that's why I talked about where, because you can't just spam. I got lucky. Spamming is not really an option there. I got lucky, and I was timing my shots pretty consistent. The whole explanation was long by like 2 seconds. That's fine. Archimedes, that's fine. But that's the clip if anybody wants to try it. I'm just curious to what people think. I can record both of them and then just put them in a short video clip in the Discord as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for Monday. We are going to raid the replay stream. Now, this is something that we haven't been able to do lately. So the replay stream has been down for a while due to some maintenance. I believe, and let me check, I believe the replay stream is back up and running right now. It is. And ladies and gentlemen, I gotta say, the replay stream is huge for me in a little bit. Yeah, Jay Views will miss us. In a little bit of revenue. Not that I'll never raid Jay again, Sassy. But having the replay stream down for the last week or so has hit pretty hard with the revenue that's generated in ads over there. So if you have a spot on your browser where you can put up a Twitch stream and then just minimize the browser, I'm going to head on over to the replay channel, and I really appreciate anybody that leaves a lurk there. That replay channel goes for 24 hours a day, and a lot of you guys are even lurking in there while the stream is live. That is huge. That is huge. Jodosh actually asked me, he says, how is the replay stream doing? Is it really helping bring in some revenue? Guys, the replay stream sometimes is coming close to outdoing the live stream. I cannot stress enough how grateful I am for the lurkers in the replay channel and how big a part it plays in me continuing to do what I do. The replay channel is incredible. And it's the best for you guys as well because it does not cost. You don't have to do bits. You don't have to do subs. You don't have to do donations. You have to do nothing. Just lurk in that channel as much as you can. And it really does a lot for me. So if you can do that, that would be fantastic. Tomorrow, we're going to do a full playthrough of Zelda tomorrow. I rage quit today. I'm a bad person. We're doing a full playthrough tomorrow, followed by runs. And then we've got to start a new challenge. We've really got to get into Shatterhand or a new game and get that going as well. Because I can't do Zelda all day, and I've really done everything I need to in Ninja Gaiden for the Master Class. So we got to get a new challenge started, and I think Shatterhand makes sense. All right, everyone, have a fantastic Monday. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Get out of here.